Gilang-gilang ata.
Good morning from Jakarta, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the audience. Welcome to the conference on Towards Open and Inclusive Regionalism. This conference is hosted by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Indonesia, in cooperation with the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, GRIPS, Japan, and the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Singapore. This CSIS-GRIPS-RSIS conference is part of the Policy Research Network of Contemporary Southeast Asia, or PRN-SEA, a policy research network project by GRIPS Japan in collaboration with universities and research institutes in ASEAN. My name is Rocky Intan, and I will be your virtual host for the two-day event. Before we begin today's event, please allow me to warmly greet our panelists today. Please welcome Mr. Jusuf Wanandi, Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees, CSIS Foundation, Indonesia, Bu Clara Juwono, Vice Chair of the Board of Directors, CSIS Foundation, and Dr. Rizal Sukma, Senior Fellow of CSIS Indonesia. Thank you for joining us today. Before we start our session, I would like to announce a quick rundown of today's event. The webinar will be opened by the three leaders of the three co-organizing institutions, and then the webinar will then proceed directly to the first session moderated by Dr. Shafia Mohibat. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Jusuf Wanandi from CSIS to give his welcoming remarks. Jusuf, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Rocky. Good morning from Jakarta, and I would like to welcome everybody in today's conference on Towards Open and Inclusive Regionalism under the framework of cooperation in Policy Research Network on Contemporary Southeast Asia, or PRN-SEA. We did our first conference back in November of last year, and I'm happy to see familiar faces coming back again for the second conference. At the first conference last year, we discussed the challenges of increasing strategic rivalry, of course, the coronavirus pandemic and its economic effects, and ASEAN's quest to maintain its centrality and strategic autonomy. Fast forward today, these challenges have only sharpened. In fact, some of them have deepened and broadened in scope. First, the situation in Myanmar unfortunately has been worsened. The ongoing violence has been pulling the country apart at the seams. On the other hand, there is room for collective action for regional countries and major powers to play a constructive role in bringing the conflict to an end. And of course, the war in Ukraine has focused minds on the dangers of resolving conflict through violence and proxy wars, escalating into great power wars. In addition to the urgent need to immediately cease armed conflict there, looking at it from Indonesia, we also need to highlight how the war in Ukraine has inflated the price of basic agricultural commodities, as both Ukraine and Russia are major agricultural exporters. This puts further strain on the coffers of developing countries still recovering from the pandemic. Second, with the arrival of vaccines, the pandemic has somewhat abated, lowering the fatality of the virus across countries. But its economic after effects remain, such as supply chain disruption, rise in inflation, and overall loss in economic activity. If anything, differing approaches in handling the ongoing pandemic underlie the need countries in the region to coordinate their macroeconomic policies in response to it. Today's conference convenes experts from ASEAN and its dialogue partners to discuss the way forward for regional cooperation that is open and inclusive, from the recent security challenges in Ukraine and Myanmar that might complicate this, and economic cooperation to safeguard and facilitate the ongoing recovery. The conference will also discuss avenues of possible cooperation under the framework of Asean Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, namely maritime cooperation, connectivity, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I am confident that the esteemed experts gathered virtually today can enrich the discussion and provide ideas for the implementation for an open and inclusive regional cooperation. I thank you, and I'm looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Pak Jusuf. Next, I would like to invite Ambassador Yutaka Iimura from GRIPS Japan to provide his welcoming remarks. Ambassador Iimura, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Rocky. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yutaka Iimura. I'm a senior fellow at CSIS. At the outset, I would first like to express my sincere thanks to the CSIS, and in particular to Mr. Jusuf Wanandi for hosting this conference. I would also like to show appreciation for the cooperation of Ambassador Yong and his team at RSIS in Singapore. Since we established several years ago the Policy Research Network on Contemporary Southeast Asia, abbreviation of which is PRN-SEA, CSIS, RSIS, and GRIPS have been working together with other ASEAN research institutions in organizing joint researches, workshops, and more recently webinars on international issues of mutual interest. In particular, the annual conference like the one we have today is a main event where we discuss major international issues that we face, inviting the guest participants from ASEAN dialogue partners. ASEAN is one of the most important international partners for Japan, and we consider it very important for us to deepen our understanding of each other's thinking, further strengthening partnership. As part of such cooperation in November last year, our three research institutions organized an international conference under the theme Indo-Pacific Cooperation, Way Forward for the Asean Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. This conference was attended by major research institutions from the participating countries in East Asia summit process. Today, we are gathered here under the theme towards open and inclusive regionalism to follow up on the discussions of the last year. It is my understanding that the aim of this conference is to better understand each other's thinking on the development of regional cooperation. I assume that research institutions, particularly those from non-ASEAN member countries that are interested in cooperating with ASEAN's AOIP, have a keen interest in knowing how ASEAN member countries are going to proceed with the AOIP initiatives. Japan has been actively involved in the realization of the regional economic frameworks such as RCEP and CPTPP. On the other hand, in 2016, then Prime Minister Abe proposed a free and open Indo-Pacific initiative at the 6th Tokyo International Conference for African Development held in Kenya. The three pillars of the initiative were first, promotion of the rule of law, freedom of navigation and free trade. Second, pursuit of economic prosperity through improved connectivity and conclusion of economic partnership and investment agreements. And third, commitment to peace and stability through the strengthening of local enforcement capacity at sea, humanitarian aid, and emergency disaster relief. In 2019, ASEAN countries adopted as their own initiative the AOIP at the ASEAN Summit. Several ASEAN dialogue partners also made public their own proposal. Many countries, including Japan, have expressed their support for the AOIP and have been showing their willingness to cooperate in its realization. Meanwhile, the Indonesian government has also planned to host a joint public-private conference on the connectivity to advance AOIP initiative in Jakarta 2020. Unfortunately, the event was postponed due to the spread of COVID-19. Since then, I have an impression, I may be wrong, but I still have an impression that the process has been somewhat slowing down. The pandemics have been dealing heavy blow to the economies of the countries in the region and elsewhere, stagnating the work for the AOIP. Besides, the difference of views among the countries concerned on what the future regional cooperation should look like, the political crisis in Myanmar are consuming lots of political energy of countries in the region. Furthermore, Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February this year not only shook the very foundation of international order, intensifying geopolitical tension around the world, and in addition to the serious problems caused by the pandemic, provoked further difficulties in many countries in Asia, elsewhere, in the areas of energy supply, supply and prices, food shortage, and inflation, among others. Given these circumstances, it is becoming even more important to work harder for open and inclusive regional cooperation so that Indo-Pacific can become the ocean of peace and prosperity instead of strategic competition and military conflict. In this sense, representatives of the research institutions in ASEAN and its dialogue partners who have gathered here should reflect once more on the significance of the AOIP and understand urgent need for us to reinvigorate the regional cooperation process with ASEAN at its core. In considering the regional cooperation, I would like to point out a few points that I believe should be borne in mind. First of all, it is important to respect the centrality of ASEAN. Looking back at the history of the architecture of cooperation in the region, we can see that almost all of them were promoted by leading ASEAN countries and built around ASEAN. I would dare to say that geopolitically speaking, ASEAN seems to have the mission to be center of regional cooperation. Second, we should respect guiding principles such as rule of law, freedom of navigation, openness, and inclusiveness. In that regard, I don't think the framers of AOIP would disagree with me when I say that AOIP should be open to all countries in the region willing to cooperate. Third specific topic under today's discussion, namely maritime cooperation, connectivity, SDGs, and other economic cooperation are the four pillars of the AOIP, and the outcome of this conference will hopefully provide valuable input in advancing ASEAN's concept. Fourth, several ASEAN dialogue partners, including Japan, Republic of Korea, and India, have already presented concrete cooperation projects at the summit with ASEAN. But in order to give a new momentum to the OIP and to develop a community for regional cooperation in the true sense of the word, it is important to discuss and promote concrete projects and roadmap, not only such bilateral fora, but also in a multilateral format. Finally, if ASEAN intends to develop the AOIP as it has proposed, now is the time for the ASEAN to take an initiative and present a concrete vision and roadmap for the AOIP. Thus, ASEAN will be able to play an important role to reduce the heightened tension in international relations. I may recall in this regard some initiatives for European cooperation taken during the Cold War, leading the continent to the era of detente. I sincerely hope that this conference will bring constructive results. Thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Iimura. Last but not least, I would like to invite Ambassador Keng from RSIS to provide his welcoming remarks. Ambassador Keng, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rocky. I hope all of you can hear me. I just wanted to say a few straightforward things as we open this conference. This is a joint venture between RSIS and GRIPS and CSIS. We have been meeting together regularly in the past few years, notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic, where thanks to the digital platforms, like today, we are also using this virtual setting to communicate our ideas with one another. The two things I want to stress going forward, looking at the situation in our region and what Jusuf Wanandi and Ambassador Iimura, Yutaka had said. Southeast Asia, we have only one regional body called the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. So we try our best, the 10 of us in ASEAN, to keep our region relevant, useful to anybody who would like to look at Southeast Asia, would like to work in Southeast Asia, would like to cooperate with Southeast Asia for whatever area of work. And ASEAN, we have basically adopted a very healthy and positive, broad sweeping approach. We are focused on what we call open, inclusive regionalism. So we make friends with everybody. The only hope that the 10 ASEAN member states have is that other countries outside of Southeast Asia do not use our region or our individual ASEAN member states for certain activities which will contribute to tensions and unrest, leading to instability and insecurity. So ASEAN works with everybody. The only objective is that we must have peace, security, and prosperity. So Ambassador Yutaka Iimura had talked about the AOIP, Asean Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. In this particular document, ASEAN brought together all the ideas that we have as we build our ASEAN community over the past 1 decade or so. And there are 4 areas of cooperation which we have stressed in the AOIP, namely maritime cooperation. As you know, we are all surrounded by the sea. In fact, almost 65% of ASEAN territory from the 10 member states consists of seas and ocean. So maritime cooperation is very critical. And how do we connect one another? The old ways and the new ways are all on the digital platform. So connectivity is a major component of the AOIP. And we look at sustainable development, and the UN, as all of you know, has already come out with their Sustainable Development Goals for the next few decades. Last but not least, AOIP also look at economic and other areas of cooperations. So in the past 3 years, we have been looking at how we can work together to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. So AOIP is not something extraordinarily new. We brought together all the things that we have been doing, and we have this framework in a very formal way. We respond to all the actions and other initiatives of countries outside Southeast Asia with their respective Asia-Pacific strategy, Indo-Pacific initiative, so on and so forth. But the stress that we have in Asean Outlook on the Indo-Pacific is the role of ASEAN in maintaining peace and prosperity in Southeast Asia. So we are focused on peacemaking, peace preservation. So you often heard the thing about ASEAN not taking side. It is something that all of us aspire to, because it is essential to achieve the goals set out in the AOIP and to maintain our notion that ASEAN centrality is critical for peace and prosperity in Southeast Asia. So hopefully in the coming few hours today and tomorrow, we will highlight some of these ASEAN work, ASEAN objectives. But in the wider context, what ASEAN is doing is basically to strengthen multilateralism. Countries big and small in our region, outside our region, around the world, have to accept that we need to work together. Multilateralism may not be as effective as each one of us would desire it to be, but it is for us to improve it, how to strengthen the rules, how to operate it in a manner that will be more equitable and inclusive for everybody across the whole region, whole world, in fact. So multilateralism is the mainstay of ASEAN centrality, and we hope that this conference will allow us to flesh out some of these elements. For us in ASEAN, these are not new. We have been focused on these for the past 50 over years, once we formed the Association of Southeast Asian Nations called ASEAN. We would like to have more interaction, person to person, getting together to shake each other's hand, but unfortunately, due to the travel restriction as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are still engaged in this virtual setting. But I look forward to those days when we can have more in-person interaction and contribute to this wonderful way of having dialogue and exchanges with one another for the sake of better understanding and cooperation among all of us. So thank you for having RSIS in this initiative, and I look forward to more fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ong. We will now begin today's first session. Our first session will be moderated by Dr. Shafia Fifi Muhibat, Deputy Executive Director for Research at CSIS Indonesia. Dr. Shafia Fifi Muhibat joined CSIS in December 2000. She is currently the Deputy Executive Director for Research since January 2022. Previously, she was the Head of Department of International Relations and the Deputy Head of Department of Politics and International Relations. Dr. Shafia Fifi Muhibat earned her master's degree in the London School of Economics and Political Science and Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Hamburg. Her research interests include issues of regional security in the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN, maritime security, Indonesia's foreign policy, and development cooperation. I now invite Dr. Muhibat to start the session. Dr. Fifi, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Rocky. A very good morning to everyone from Jakarta. It's an honor for me to be able to chair the first session of the CSIS-GRIPS-RSIS Policy Research Network on Contemporary Southeast Asia. The first session today, the title is Cooperation in Open and Inclusive Regionalism, Concepts and Way Forward. I think, as has been mentioned by the three welcoming remarks, open and inclusive regionalism is the title, is the topic of today. And it is something that us in Southeast Asia through ASEAN has been striving to promote for a regionalism that is both open and inclusive. And that explains also the various frameworks within the ASEAN and the ASEAN, what we call the ASEAN-led frameworks. For this very important first session, which will give the sort of like the introduction and lead us to further discussions in the following sessions, we will have four very distinguished speakers. Please allow me some time to introduce them one by one. The first speaker is Professor Anne-Marie Murphy, professor at the School of Diplomacy and International Relations of the Seton University in the United States, where she directs the Center for Foreign Policy Studies. She is also a Young Senior Research Scholar at the Weatherhead East Asia Institute, Columbia University, and Fellow at the Mansfield Luce Asia Scholars Network. Her research interests include international relations and comparative politics in Southeast Asia, U.S. foreign policy toward Asia, and governance of non-traditional security issues. The second speaker that we will have today is Professor Kunihiko Shinoda, who is the Executive Advisor of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Previously, he was with the Ministry of International Trade and Industry and was Director of the Trade Policy Bureau in METI, Japan. The third speaker is Dr. Yan Yan, who is the Director of the Research Center of Oceans Law and Policy at the National Institute for South China Sea Studies in China. She receives her PhD from the University of Hong Kong on Public International Law and her master's degree from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Her research interest covers areas of the law of the sea, maritime security in the Asia-Pacific, China's maritime law and policy in the South China Sea. The fourth, last but not least, of course, is Dr. Rajeshwari Pillai Rajagopalan, who is the Director of the Center for Security, Strategy and Technology at the Observer Research Foundation, New Delhi, India. Dr. Rajagopalan was the technical advisor to the United Nations Group of Governmental Experts on Prevention of Arms Race in Outer Space until 2019. And she was also non-resident Indo-Pacific Fellow at the Perth US Asia Center in 2020. So we have all four speakers joining us today, and we are very glad and very much looking forward to having a good discussion today. Please let me also briefly explain the setting of our conference today. So we have basically two types of roundtable. So I will later on open up a Q&A session, but I will first invite sort of like the first layer of the roundtable, which is the invited panelists and invited participants who will have the ability to convey their comments and questions directly on screen. After that, I will also invite comments and questions from the wider audience who are able to write their comments and questions through the Q&A box in the Zoom platform, or those of you joining us through YouTube can, of course, give your comments and questions through the comment section of YouTube. So I think without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Anne-Marie Murphy to give her remarks. Professor Murphy, you have the screen, please.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Dr. Muhubat. And can I just confirm, is it 15 minutes?
Yeah, 10 to 15 minutes would be okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank everybody at CSIS, GRIPS, and the Nanyang Technical University for this invitation to speak at this important conference. I'm looking forward to learning a heck of a lot from all of my distinguished panelists. So I was asked to address two key questions today. The first was, how should we evaluate the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific as an initiative to promote open and inclusive regionalism? And then the second was, what kind of regional architecture should be developed between ASEAN and its dialogue partners to promote concrete cooperation on open and inclusive regionalism? And I was asked to do so from the perspective of US policy. So moving to the first part then of that task, the ASEAN Outlook, like many ASEAN initiatives, is a set of norms and principles that articulates the interests of ASEAN member states and is designed to influence the discourse and behavior of outside powers so that it accords more with ASEAN interests. The ASEAN Outlooks articulates ASEAN's interests in the Indo-Pacific that is inclusive, open, transparent, and rules-based, a region where sovereignty and international law, particularly the UN Law of the Sea, are respected. Clearly, the AOIP was a response to rising great power competition and competing views of regional order that threatened ASEAN autonomy and centrality. Indeed, the opening paragraph of the AOIP states that the region is experiencing major geopolitical and geostrategic shifts that create both opportunities and challenges, particularly the challenge of avoiding zero-sum competition between great powers. And arguably, the AOIP was directed in part against the Trump administration's Free and Open Indo-Pacific, promulgated 2 years before, and following his designation of China as a peer competitor. The Trump administration officials often juxtaposed the US Free and Open Indo-Pacific against China in loud megaphone diplomacy, with the US standing for freedom from coercion versus China's use of force in the South China Sea, the US standing for rules-based order versus China's violation of UNCLOS, and indeed the Trump administration's Free and Open Indo-Pacific did increase Sino-American tensions, increase pressure on Southeast Asian states to choose sides, and this rising rivalry threatened ASEAN cohesion and centrality. So therefore, I think that when we evaluate the efficacy of the AOIP in influencing dialogue partners like the United States toward a more open and inclusive regionalism, I would argue that we see significant changes under the Biden administration as it has taken stock of ASEAN interests and changed policy. Kirk Campbell, the administration's Indo-Pacific coordinator at the National Security Council, has stated that the U.S. recognizes quite clearly that any initiative designed for competition with China is likely to have difficulty in Asia. So therefore, the U.S. has largely abandoned the escalatory rhetoric that the AOIP feared would produce tensions and dangerous miscalculations. U.S. officials have also sought to reassure Southeast Asia that the U.S. is not seeking to have them choose sides. At the recent Shangri-La dialogue, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin stated that the U.S. did not want Southeast Asian states to face a binary choice, and that it did not seek confrontation or conflict and did not want a new Cold War in Asian NATO or a region split into rival blocs. And when we look at the new U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy issued in February of this year, it calls for an inclusive region. It recognizes ASEAN centrality. And in the vision statement that was issued at the end of the May 2022 special U.S.-ASEAN summit in Washington, it declared that the U.S. strategy and the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific share, and I quote, fundamental principles in promoting an open, inclusive, and rules-based regional architecture. So when we look at discourse, I would argue that we see the AOIP having a significant impact on influencing the discourse of the US Indo-Pacific strategy, the words of its key leaders, and once, of course, these words are public, ASEAN states can hold the US accountable. And I want to move to another regional initiative involving the US, such as the 2017 revival of the quadrilateral, that's a hard word to pronounce, the Quad, which is a security dialogue between the US, Japan, India, Australia, all ASEAN dialogue partners, and we see a major shift. The revival of the Quad raised concerns in Southeast Asia because although according to the State of Southeast Asia survey, many Southeast Asian states are concerned about China's growing power and influence, there's also a concern that the Quad was an exclusive organization that would escalate rivalry with China. And the Quad, again, has recognized ASEAN concerns and taken steps to address them. In a statement following the May 2022 Quad Leaders Summit, they renewed their commitment to an Indo-Pacific that is inclusive and resilient, and I quote, "We reaffirm our unwavering support for ASEAN unity and centrality for the practical implementation of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific." So again, we see the incorporation of the AOIP and ASEAN norms into the Quad. Now, if we move to evaluating the impact of the AOIP as a mechanism to enhance concrete cooperation between ASEAN and its dialogue partners in those four areas of maritime cooperation, connectivity, sustainable development, and economics, it's much more difficult to assess change in concrete behavior. First, because those four areas are so broad that virtually any effective cooperation between dialogue partners and ASEAN can be lumped into them. Second, because dialogue partners have a long history of cooperating both with ASEAN as an institution and ASEAN states individually. So making the argument that a specific initiative was a change of behavior due to the AOIP is difficult. So for example, the US put out a fact sheet ahead of the May US ASEAN summit, listed $12 billion of aid over the last 2 decades. And we see this long-standing pattern. And if we look at new initiatives, one of the things that came out of that was a commitment for $16 million for maritime security, particularly cooperation with the Coast Guards, and it was labeled AOIP. But then to make the counterfactual argument, well, gee, the US has been working with ASEAN states through the Southeast Asia Maritime Security Initiative, through bilateral aid transfer, joint exercises, etc. So can we really say that was all just AOIP, right? This is where separating out and evaluating the impact of the AOIP, I think, is difficult. But I do want to go back to the Quad, because here I think it's actually much easier to see a shift in response to the AOIP, because at the May 2022 summit, and even before that, we've seen that the Quad has evolved from solely a security dialogue now to a provider of concrete initiatives. So we see an evolution of the Quad with a series of COVID-19 initiatives, working groups on emerging technologies, maritime aware domainist supply chain, et cetera, many of these things that are key pillars of the AOIP. Moreover, at the May 22 summit, the Quad announced that it would seek to extend $50 billion in infrastructure that will, of course, support connectivity within the AOIP. And critically, it also announced the creation of the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness that will use satellite and AI to both produce and disseminate real-time intelligence and data on ships and other movements in the maritime domain so that regional states can better address illegal fishing, smuggling, and other illicit activities, all of which were key objectives under the AOIP. So in my view, when we look at the transformation of the Quad, we do in fact see a significant change in its concrete initiatives that does reflect ASEAN interests. Now, the question that really stumped me, and I wish I didn't have to go first, was this question of what kind of regional architecture should be developed between ASEAN and its dialogue partners. And I think it's a very difficult question for a number of reasons. First, what dialogue partners would like from ASEAN is a kind of rank list of priorities of importance, right? That the ASEAN states had discussed and had decided among themselves were key priorities. And yet we don't see that, right? In part because there's a diversity of ASEAN, in part because countries like Singapore might not care about sustainable development, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's one problem or one complication, I think. The second one is that we've seen a whole proliferation of new institutions and cooperative initiatives in the Indo-Pacific. So in the economic domain, we have RCEP, BRI, IFET, CPTPP, et cetera, as well as all of ASEAN's dialogue meetings, hundreds of meetings. But it also strikes me that one of the largest obstacles to attempting to promote concrete cooperation is that there's a disconnect between the kind of soft power norm building that ASEAN as an institution promulgates within the AOIP and the concrete initiatives, which are actually largely done on a bilateral basis with its dialogue partners. So that there is a bit of a mismatch between the investments in cooperative initiatives on connectivity, on maritime domain, et cetera, et cetera. So when we look at capacity building in the maritime domain, we see that that is largely bilateral, which raises the issue of how ASEAN can work with and shape those bilateral initiatives. Again, what I think, and just sticking on the maritime domain for a minute, dialogue partners like the US would like to see is that ASEAN would form some working groups and decide, for example, whether maritime domain awareness was a key priority, on what issues, and how then dialogue partners could help them with that, okay? I don't see how, given that there are already hundreds of meetings with ASEAN where issues like maritime cooperation are brought up legally, politically. You have the ADMM talking about maritime security cooperation as a priority area. It strikes me that we need to think about ways of identifying how we can strengthen some of the existing mechanisms already there rather than forming new ones. And I will end on what I think is there's a bit of a tension, again, as I said, between the kind of norm building that ASEAN does so effectively and keeps ASEAN's centrality and the concrete capacity building, particularly in the maritime awareness, that tends to lead toward hard power mechanisms through which ASEAN states individually can attempt to ensure that many of the goals in the ASEAN Outlook, such as protecting their sovereignty, their sovereign rights, their maritime resources, et cetera, and combating illegal fishing can be accomplished. And so with that, I will end my remarks, and I thank you very much for your time.
You mentioned one interesting part. What you mentioned was that you consider that. Sorry about the audio. Okay. Sorry about the audio system. Okay, let me start from here. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me just go directly to the second speaker then. But I do wish that later on, perhaps Professor Murphy can elaborate more, because you mentioned that we need to find ways to strengthen some of the existing mechanisms that the ASEAN platforms already have. Perhaps later on during the discussion, you might want to elaborate, which mechanism do you think would be most appropriate for us to strengthen? Let me go to the second speaker, Professor Shinoda. You may have the screen now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhibat, for your kind introduction. And let me share with you my presentation material on the screen. Just a moment, please. So good morning and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'd like to explain the ASEAN-Japan partnership to promote open and inclusive regionalism. This chart shows the outline of my presentation. First, I'd like to explore the direction of cooperation to realize the AOIP by identifying common principles and norms between ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific and Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific. Second, I'd like to explain the mid to long-term political and economic structural changes in this region, and then propose concrete cooperation initiatives to address these structural changes in line with the 4 pillars of cooperation under the AOIP. And 6 years has passed since former Prime Minister Abe launched the Free and Open Indo-Pacific FOIP initiative at the 6th TICAD meeting in Kenya in August 2016. ASEAN also published the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific AOIP in 2019. And other ASEAN direct partners, such as the US, Australia, India, and some European countries, have also come up with their own Indo-Pacific initiative. The government of Japan has established the 3 pillars for the realization of FOIP, including first, promotion and establishment of the rule of law, freedom of navigation, free trade. Second, pursuit of economic prosperity. Third, commitment for peace and stability. In particular, in cooperation with relevant countries, Japan has carried out bridge building through international rules, such as strict compliance with the UNCLOS, dissemination of principles of high-quality infrastructure investment, and the setting of trade rules, such as the CPTPP and the RCEP, and also advanced concrete cooperation initiatives, such as hard and soft infrastructure development for stronger connectivity, and capacity building related to maritime security and human security. ASEAN adopted the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific AOIP as its own initiative on the Indo-Pacific at the 2019 ASEAN Summit. The AOIP made ASEAN centrality a fundamental principle for promoting cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region and made ASEAN-led mechanisms such as the ASEAN +1 or East Asian Summit a platform for dialogue and the implementation of regional cooperation. The AOIP is based on the principles of strengthening ASEAN centrality, openness, transparency, inclusivity, and respect for international law. In addition, maritime cooperation, connectivity, SDGs, and economic and other possible areas of cooperation have been identified as 4 areas of cooperation to be pursued under the AOIP framework. Based on the principles and norms set forth by ASEAN's AOIP, Japan's FYP, and the Indo-Pacific Initiative of other countries, it is necessary to set a basic direction for the realization of AOIP in the future. First, ASEAN maintains neutrality in the midst of intensifying international tensions and emphasizes the unity of ASEAN. And it is important for ASEAN to play a central role in promoting regional cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. It is hoped that ASEAN dialogue partners and other countries interested in the concept will support ASEAN's initiative to realize AOIP. Second, in promoting regional cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, it is important to ensure the rule of law, freedom, and openness to formulate common international rules and to encourage countries to comply with them. For example, in the political area, relevant countries should strictly comply with the UNCLOS and strengthen enforcement capability for the stability of maritime order. In the economic area, it is also necessary to build bridges through rulemaking in such areas as trade, technology, digital, and infrastructure. Third, in the Indo-Pacific region, the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to light new issues, including infectious diseases, threat to human security such as economic disparity and social fragmentation, and macroeconomic and financial risks. ASEAN and ASEAN dialogue partners should work together to take appropriate fiscal and financial policies and introduce solutions utilizing advanced technologies such as digital, biotech, and energy. And fourth, the importance of inclusiveness is emphasized in ASEAN's AOIP and in the Indo-Pacific Initiative of Japan and other countries. This means that the Indo-Pacific Initiative is an inclusive initiative that includes all countries in the region and does not exclude any particular country. It means the door is open to any countries that is willing to cooperate with ASEAN for the realization of the AOIP. Next, I'd like to move on to the structural changes in the Indo-Pacific region. First, it goes without saying that the current intensifying international tensions is based on many factors, such as trade disputes and technological hegemony race between the United States and China, insufficient international response to global risks, such as the COVID-19 crisis, friction of rule-based international order caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the protection of the coup d'etat in Myanmar. Second, the Indo-Pacific region is confronted with global scale issues such as pandemics and climate change caused by the expansion of economic activities, in addition to urbanization and environmental problems and declining birth rate and aging population. The expansion of COVID-19 crisis and the resulting stagnation of economic activities highlight the need for coordination and cooperation among the international community to address these global issues. Third, due to the spread of the COVID-19 crisis, the regional economy stagnated due to the shock factors in terms of demand, income, and employment. In addition to supply shocks such as restrictions on emergency exports of medical supplies and other goods, and in addition, the protracted war in Ukraine has caused energy and food supply instability and cost-push inflation. These changes have directly hit the poor, and they have been greatly affected by the widening disparities in income and distribution. Fourth, from the perspective of preventing the spread of the COVID-19, so-called CONATEC, non-contact technology, has become widespread, and new business models using digital technology have emerged to meet the new needs created by the COVID-19 crisis. In emerging economies, it is beginning possible to break out of the middle-income trap and achieve leapfrog economic development through the expansion and deepening of the digital economy and society. Now, let me proceed to prioritizing and materializing the Indo-Pacific cooperation. I believe that regional cooperation in the Indo-Pacific should be prioritized and materialized in consideration of the urgency and importance of each issue in a way that responds to the structural changes in the Indo-Pacific region. In particular, in a situation where pandemics still persist, it is essential to give high priority to pandemic response by strengthening medical systems, building resilient supply chains and digital economies and societies, and economic recovery through macroeconomic and financial policies. First of all, as for the maritime cooperation, assistance should be provided to countries in and around the South China Sea to build their capacity in international law, including the UNCLOS, and to improve their maritime law enforcement capacity, including measures against illegal fishing. It is also necessary to promote the development of multilateral agreement and communication mechanism for crisis management at sea, as well as the implementation of joint training in order to protect an open maritime order based on rules. Secondly, with regard to connectivity, Japan is already supporting the enhancement of ASEAN connectivity in terms of both hard and soft infrastructure, and is also promoting the development of human resources that will contribute to the enhancement of connectivity. In the future, Japan should also focus on strengthening connectivity between ASEAN and India and developing infrastructure in East Africa and Pacific Island countries. In addition, Japan and other dialogue partners need to work together to create rules for ensuring debt sustainability and promoting high-quality infrastructure investment in such forums as APEC and G20. In July 2020, Japan and ASEAN announced the ASEAN-Japan Economic Resilience Action Plan and decided to promote supply chain resilience by reducing non-tariff barriers for pharmaceuticals and food products, and promoting trade facilitation and e-commerce. In April 2021, the economic ministers of Japan, Australia, and India agreed to establish the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SCRI, and specifically the SCRI will promote initiatives such as the sharing of best practice among companies on supply chain resilience, supply chain visualization, business matching, and digital cooperation. Thirdly, with regard to the SDGs, Japan has pledged its full support for the establishment of the ASEAN Center for Public Health, Emergencies, and Emerging Diseases. In addition, in order to strengthen the medical system against COVID-19 infections, Japan is promoting the supply of vaccines through the COVAX facility, the development of a cold chain for the supply of vaccines in emerging countries, and the expansion of diagnosis and treatment through contribution to the global fund. In May 2021, Japan launched the Asia Energy Transition Initiative, what we call AETI 80, to promote support for a gradual and realistic energy transition for the fast-growing Asian region, utilizing all technologies and energy resources. The 80 will provide ASEAN with support for the development of energy transition roadmaps, financial support for renewable energy, energy conservation and energy, technological development and support for offshore wind, fuel ammonia, and hydrogen, and human resource development for decarbonization technologies. Finally, with regard to other economic cooperation, future challenges related to regional economic integration include promoting the CPTPP membership of the United Kingdom and other countries that are ready to meet the high standards of the CPTPP, as well as expanding the use of and strengthening the implementation of the RCEP agreement. In addition, it is necessary to increase the number of participating countries and concretize rulemaking and cooperation on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, which was launched in May 2022. And Japan is already promoting the Asia Digital Transformation, Asia DX, to create new business through co-creation between Japanese companies and companies located in emerging countries. And this should lead to contribution to the improvement of the SDGs in Asia. In addition, it is necessary to promote the realization of data-free flow with trust, DFFT, in order to ensure the safe and secure distribution of data and the use of digital technologies. Japan should also seek to further deepen the Chenmai Initiative and the Asia Bond Market Initiative, which has been promoted within the ASEAN Plus 3 framework since the Asian currency crisis. Japan has flexibly provided funds to emerging economies through the COVID-19 crisis response emergency support loan. And Japan should also continue to provide financial support flexibly in cooperation with multilateral development banks and relevant countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Shinoda, especially for giving a list of Japan's cooperation with ASEAN and issues that Japan wishes to prioritize in terms of the Japan-ASEAN relations. We do notice that it's basically a long list of activities, and considering that there are a lot of pessimism going on with the AOIP, I do think that a smaller list of prioritization might be useful in a way to promote such cooperation. Maybe later on, you would want to comment whether or not you agree with my observation. Now I'd like to invite the third speaker of today, Dr. Yan Yan. You have the screen now, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I really wanted to, first of all, express my sincere gratitude that I can have the honor to participate in this event. I never participated in the previous session, so I'm not sure what you have talked about in the past years, but today I would like to focus more on the maritime cooperation perspective. Let me first share my screen. I prepare a PowerPoint. Okay, so can you see my PowerPoint clearly?
Very clearly, thank you.
Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, let me start. Well, actually, this conference, when I see the agenda of the conference, it reminds me of my last conference in Jakarta back in the year 2019. Back then, I was in the One Track 1.5 conference, and the Foreign Minister of Indonesia, Madam Retno, introduced to all of us, both Track 1 person and our Track 2 scholars, the AOIP, and she urges the Foreign alliances of the ASEAN countries to pass through this outlook in the following meetings. So that was my first time to see the AOIP, and it was quite impressive. Well, my feeling is quite impressive. So after the conference, when I came back China, I wrote an commentary article and introduced to the Chinese scholars of the AOIP. And I think that back at 2019, I was really looking forward to this AOIP, and I wanted to see how it can balance China and the United States in the region. And so today, well, that's my story of my experience with the AOIP and Jakarta. So today I would like to talk about the AOIP and cooperation both on land and at sea, but my focus will be more on the ocean, because that's where I research area lies in. So first of all, I think that it's already been 3 years that the AOIP released in the year since 2019, and I do see that it's different. It is different from the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy. I think the outlook is a response to the rising contention between the great powers, as well as it is a lens for the ASEAN future priorities. So I think it still bears importance of us studying the regional affairs. So the outlook itself on the Indo-Pacific, I think it envisages a ASEAN centrality, as many speakers already mentioned before, and also it's underlying the principle for promoting cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. I think especially with the ASEAN-led mechanisms such as the EAS, etc., etc. So I think this is how ASEAN has been doing its business since its founding. ASEAN's main role in regional security have been the norms setting and confidence building, rather than in exercising hard power or conflict resolution. So especially in this time of the increasing U.S.-China strategic competition, it is very important, and it is even more important than before. So I see the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy. It wants a free and open Indo-Pacific, but with a more clear target on China and more military strategic orientation. But in comparison, I think Indonesia and the ASEAN Outlook seeks an inclusive, much more inclusive, a true inclusive than the U.S. version of the Indo-Pacific strategy. And also from the past 3 years observation, I think that the outlook is an act of diplomatic and political assertion of the ASEAN, and it is trying to tell the world that the ASEAN is it is the only way that it is the ASEAN's own way of developing the Indo-Pacific region, that it does not want the extra-regional powers to dominate the discourse of the region. So, and also I want to later talk a little bit about the relationship between AOIP and the BRI, and also the AOIP versus the relationship between AOIP and the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties, because this year marks the 20th anniversary of the signing of the DOC, which is a very important political documentation of China and ASEAN trying to promote peace and promote maritime cooperation for the past 20 years. So this is what I wanted to talk about. I think most of these basic features of the OIP have already been mentioned by previous speakers, especially Professor Shinoda, so I won't spend too much time here. Now, I would like to, when I wanted to talk about the relationship between the AOIP and the BRI, I think yesterday we just saw the release of joint statement by China and Indonesia, because President Widodo visited China in the past 3 days. So yesterday we see the release of the latest joint statement of the China and Indonesia, and I think that it is worth mentioning. This is from the Indonesia website of the whole the whole thing of this joint statement. I think we'd better look at the paragraph 12, which says that China reaffirms its support on ASEAN centrality, and also both sides will promote mutual beneficial cooperation between the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific and the BRI. So as well as other things. So I do feel that China is now fully supportive of the ASEAN Outlook, and that we can see very clearly from yesterday's joint declaration. And also I can see that we are hoping to see future cooperation on the land. We see the connectivity, other BRI projects can be connected with the AOIP, and to see to share our value and to share a common cooperation future. So this is how China sees the AOIP. And also talking about this cooperation, I remember that this January this year, the President Xi also have a phone conversation with Indonesia President Widodo, and they talk about the cooperation on the land and also in the sea, but mostly the high-speed railway, the economic corridor, and also they have talked about some new areas of cooperation like energy, clean energy, decarbonization, digital economy, etc., etc. So those are the areas that we can explore in the future. Now let's move on to the cooperations at sea. Well, this is a picture of a conference held only 2 days ago on the 25th, an online conference. Also then one track 1.51. We see many speakers are here participating in today's conference as well, like Professor Mr. Wanandi and also Jane, my friend from Singapore. Yes, because that one was a conference on the 25th to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the DOC. I do think that the South China Sea, the maritime issues have always been the high concern, the great concern of the ASEAN country states. Especially of the maritime cooperation, we do see that we have challenges in terms of maritime cooperation, but we do have some progress for the past 20 years. In terms of China-Indonesia bilateral practical maritime cooperation, we currently already are having this marine branching project. We have this seawater desalination project. We also have this China-Indonesia ship transportation management project. All of these are ongoing, and we're also have some most of these cooperation projects are low sensitive area, so that I think that this is the starting point is actually very good. And also, if we wanted to talk about maritime cooperation, well, we can never neglect the DOC and the COC. Well, if we look back to DOC, I think the most important articles are 3 articles. Article 5 of the self-restraint, which guarantee quite a long time of peace in the South China Sea, that everybody promised not to occupy new features since the signing of the DOC. And also Article 6 listed several areas of maritime cooperation. But the Article 6 of the DOC is quite very much like the OIP, which listed only the areas of cooperation, but not, they're very broad areas like maritime environmental protection, scientific research, safety of navigation and communication at sea, search and rescue, etc., but does not lay out a very detailed mechanism of how we can do it. Well, this is yes, it's something I wanted to talk about. And also the Article 10 of the DOC says that the COC, the Code of Conduct, is still our final goal to achieve, to guarantee the peace and stability of the South China Sea. So this is about the DOC. So and also when we talk about the COC, which is the I think the most important thing of the rules, regional regional rules in the South China Sea that China and ASEAN countries are all working very hard on. So this is important because it has been negotiating for many years. But if we look at the past years since 2013, we see the quite rapid discussion, progress since 2013, and especially in the year 2017, we achieved the draft framework, and then in the year 2018, we achieved the single draft negotiation test, the SDNT, which is a 20-page first draft of a planned COC. And also in the year 2018, China expressed a sincere wish that we hope that we can conclude the COC within 3 years in the year 2021. However, due to the pandemic, this whole negotiation progress slowed down, and it's a pity that the aim is still unachieved. But the good thing is that this year, this May, May the 25th to 27th, China and ASEAN countries, we resume the face-to-face negotiation in Cambodia. So I think this is a new phase of the COC negotiation. And also with the pandemic, we're already reaching the post-pandemic era. And I hope that the negotiation will continue and will achieve results that satisfies all of us in the region in a very near future. When talk about this maritime cooperation in the region, we do have many of them. Well, security cooperation, non-security cooperation, multilateral ones, and bilateral ones. I won't list it. I'm not listing every one of them here, but just some of them. Like China-ASEAN conducted joint naval exercises, but also U.S., although an extra-regional power, also conducted naval exercises with ASEAN countries. And also we have this ADMM plus cooperations, and also 2016 CUES application in the South China Sea. We have also law enforcement agencies cooperations. Well, talking about security cooperation, I think that just now Professor Murphy mentioned about the U.S. Coast Guard in the region. Well, I do have an article. I do have a little concern of the U.S. Coast Guard's cooperation with the ASEAN countries in the South China Sea, and I have a paper last year and also lately this year. I'm thinking that the U.S. Because the U.S. is not a coastal state in the region and it does not have the right of exercising, conducting, operating maritime law enforcement exercise, not law enforcement operations. If it tries to cooperate with the littoral states of the South China Sea to conduct law enforcement operations, I think that will be especially in the disputed waters in the South China Sea, I think that will be the biggest challenge of maritime security in the future. But under this, the international law, the U.S. Coast Guard does have the right to pass through the South China Sea or to conduct joint exercises, but not law enforcement operations. So that's different. So that's my concern of the future maritime security cooperation with the U.S. involvement. And also non-security projects, we do have a lot of them, like the hotline platform and senior officials hotline platform meeting response to a maritime emergency, and also tabletop exercises of search and rescue, and also China-ASEAN search and rescue exercises in Zhanjiang back in 2017. We have also many China-Cambodian hotline construction, etc. So I won't give too much detail here. And also here are the pictures of China-ASEAN joint naval exercises and U.S. naval exercises with ASEAN. And also from the track 2, we have fisheries fisheries workshops that working on the state fisheries conservation, and also are participated by all littoral claimant states of the South China Sea, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Brunei does not participate in this event, in this workshop, and also law enforcement cooperation between these 5 states. This is a workshop held by the HD, by the NGO from Switzerland. So we do see a track 2 and also NGO participated in this kind of cooperation projects. So the way forward, I do think that there are many challenges and obstacles here to a deeper maritime cooperation. One of the things challenges us is that I agree with Professor Murphy, is that there are already too many mechanisms in the region and initiatives in the region. But some of them overlaps with each other. Some of them have conflict with each other. So like hundreds of them. So that brings a difficulty. So it's maybe easier to start from the bilateral ones. And also I think that in the future, to guarantee a more practical cooperation in the future, I think the COC is still what we should work all together for, to guarantee the practical cooperation, maritime cooperation in the future. So that's what I want to talk about today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yang, especially highlighting the various China-ASEAN cooperation, and also highlighting cooperation with relations to maritime cooperation. But I do wish that maybe later on in the discussion session, you would highlight more on the first part of your presentation on the relations between the BRI and AOIP. I think it would be interesting to learn more about the overlaps of some of the issues that are of concern both in the BRI and the AOIP. Perhaps later on in the discussion. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Dr. Rajagopalan. Dr. Rajagopalan, you have the screen now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shafia, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be part of this conference, and I want to thank all the conference organizers, the CSIS, RSIS, and GRIPS for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to share some thoughts. And I'll try and respond to the 2 questions that were provided by the organizers to guide my presentations this morning. So the first question is, how should we assess, how do we look at the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific AOIP as an initiative to promote open and inclusive regionalism? And I think that's a great question to me. But I think the most striking aspect of the ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific is not so much what it contains, but that there is a document of this nature that has been put out by the ASEAN. And I think that to me is much more significant than what it says and what it does not say. So I'll come to it as to why. ASEAN's AOIP, for instance, demonstrates the fact that ASEAN is united at some front. Despite the divisions and frictions within the ASEAN in recent years, that you have been able to produce an outlook on the Indo-Pacific, I think that is remarkable. Because one key problem with regionalism is that there are states with differing objectives. States are, at the end of the day, they are going to be driven by or guided by their national interests, respective national interests. But states are also part of the regional groupings because, and they do see it as in their self-interest to promote their own interests through regional groupings and so on and so forth. This means that getting all the different countries with different national interests to see the benefit of having a vision of this kind, a document that can be agreed upon by everyone. So to me, that sense of unity, this is not an easy process because there are always going to be negotiations back and forth in determining how their self-interest can be reflected in the policy document or a vision document better. So this is always a tricky issue because I think there is also a tendency among the bigger, richer states to have an initially, bigger advantage in terms of how they play out their national interests through these kind of groupings. They usually get to play a more dominating role in ensuring that their interests are included, and small countries are often have to compromise or go along or there may be some incentives to buy the support of the smaller nations by the bigger nations in a sense. So, but I think over time, some of these differences within groupings, for instance, whether it is ASEAN or European Union, we have seen how that is kind of played out. Within many of these kind of regional groupings might become more challenging and problematic in the slightly longer term when you look at it. Take the case of the Western Hemisphere problems within the Organization of the American States, but I think the EU may be a better example for the ASEAN to compare or relate to. Within the EU, again, how the more wealthy and bigger states have always tended to impose their own national interests and get the rest of the union to play out those interests. And I think Germany is a good example, how it has played a bigger role, whether it is in terms of the response to the current crisis in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or the earlier Greek bailout and so on and so forth. These are some examples as to how some of the bigger players tend to have a much bigger space in terms of how they maneuver the groupings and so on and so forth. And these national interests, of course, become much bigger a problem and more challenging a problem when they go beyond economic issues. So the fact that ASEAN has come out with an outlook is seen as an important indicator of success and certain amount of cohesion that some of the bigger states, bigger ASEAN states like Indonesia have been able to develop. And I think that's a remarkable achievement. Of course, this is not to suggest that ASEAN is all united and they speak in one voice. And there are, of course, divisions within ASEAN. And I think today, for instance, more than ever, the external powers are also taking advantage of these divisions. But the key is that without regional unity of some sort, nothing can be done, whether it is in terms of our work towards developing an open and inclusive regionalism, or getting things done on the development agenda or a climate agenda or trade agenda. Without the regional unity as the baseline, it is going to be effective. It's going to be very difficult to get things done. So when I look at the baseline for effective and efficient regionalism, regional unity is absolutely essential. And that basic level of unity suggests that we do today have an opportunity to talk about the need to collaborate on ways to strengthen open and inclusive regionalism. So clearly, regional unity is one important part, but I think the regional unity is also threatened by external powers today, because for a long time, ASEAN had this successful engagement with both China and the US. But I think I don't think it will be a remiss to say that there is a new Cold War in the making. There is a very competitive relationship, even if sort of an open confrontation such as the one between the US and the Soviet Union is not visible, but I think you are seeing the signs of a new Cold War in the making. And I think that is going to be even more challenging when you talk about open and inclusive regionalism in a sense. With this competition, primarily a security one, it is beginning to have cascading effect on economic, social, educational, people-to-people interactions, and even on domains that you may have otherwise managed certain amount of cooperation among all the powers. So this is going to affect the development agenda of various countries, and it is also going to affect the tech development, technology development, which has become extremely critical in the last few years. So, of course, as a consequence of this competition, both sides, particularly I'm looking at the US and China, will also try to seek support. Again, standard bipolar politics and how it's going to play out. Both China and US are already currently trying to get the ASEAN support. China being a proximate power is a direct threat in some ways. The US being a distant power is not a direct threat, but with the conflict playing out in the region, the US will expect the region to play a more critical role, and sitting on the fence may not be a viable option in the future as this competition further intensifies further. So ASEAN's positions are likely to get complicated and possibly will affect the minimal amount of unity that we have seen play out today. Certainly, so the external conditions and factors can and will intensify in the coming years. So far the AOIP has tried very hard to say that they don't want to, please don't get us in the middle of this competition, and has taken a middle path. But the question is whether it will satisfy either the US or China or both, and how long ASEAN will be able to maintain this position of this middle path. So if you're somewhere far from both, you may not be caught up in this. But so far, in any case, at least going by the current times, the AOIP is an effort to trying its best to take the middle path and keep both China and US on its side happy in a sense. ASEAN has had this position for long that economically we need to benefit from both, but with serious decoupling between China and the US happening, that is going to seriously test ASEAN's ability to stay in the middle course. What happens, for instance, if there is a conflict in Taiwan, if that were to happen, even without a Taiwan conflict, one can see the intensification of the competition between the US and China, and competition of this kind, power-centric or security-driven competition, will always invariably lead to decoupling. And I can see this happening, maybe not in the next 1 year, 2 years, but there are also already those efforts underway, and that will gain greater traction in the coming years. So the key question is, what are ASEAN's options at that stage? So that's my responding to the first question. The second question is a trickier one, is a more difficult question to answer as to what kind of regional architecture should be developed when we look at ASEAN and its dialogue partners in order to promote concrete cooperation on open and inclusive regionalism. It's an important, extremely important question, but it's an extremely difficult question to answer, because the problem is not the absence of regional architecture or platforms that has led to the current situation of where we are today. There is so much of political competition between states, the US-China competition being just one, but it's not limited to that alone. The region is full of this power-driven competition that we see today. The competitive relationship between China and India, between China and Japan, China and Australia, China and Vietnam, are all competitive relations that have made regional political and security dynamics extremely challenging. So you can create more institutions and more processes, but unless the power-centric and political competition can be managed in some way, new structures may not offer much by way of a solution. So that's my problem with creating new institutions. And like I think the two previous speakers also mentioned, that we already have an alphabetic soup in a sense when you look at the number of institutions in a sense within the broader Indo-Pacific. So open and inclusive regionalism to me will depend on the willingness of states to manage these political competitions. If one institution can do it, it should have been the ASEAN, but there have been fissures within spurred by external powers, or at the very least, those fissures are being taken advantage of by external powers and making those fissures even wider. So, but my point is that the lack of structures has not really been the problem. In fact, the AOIP itself calls for the revitalization of the EAS, ARF, ADMM, the expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum, etc. And given this context and what I said earlier about that it's not been the lack of institution that has been the problem, it is somewhat unclear that any new structure will help improve the situation necessarily. Instead, my counterpoint is, can we look at new processes that might help in improving some of the political competition that is the root of many of the issues that we face in the region today? For instance, take the case of massive infrastructure and connectivity projects, which have proven to be economically non-viable in many states, many countries. Instead of certain states dumping on the recipient states, can we have some processes that might help avoid overburdening of states socially and economically by vetting these proposals and plans through existing regional architecture, for instance? This might involve the ASEAN and dialogue partners and others to determine the social, environment, and economic viability of some of these projects. And it can be done as a pure peer review process where it is an objective assessment. So instituting some of these processes might resolve some of the issues with regard to lack of transparency that have been talked about a great deal when you discuss regionalism and so on and so forth. So if you can come up with new processes instead of new structures, I think we can help some of the recipient states get a better deal, as well as study the economic, social, environmental benefits, as well as the pitfalls of many of these projects, because we need resources, we need connectivity at the end of the day. So we should not shun away the projects, but at the same time, how do we make them more viable from all of these three standpoints, economic, social, and environmental perspective in a sense. So how do we strengthen that process involved in undertaking these projects? I think that's an important question where new processes can be introduced in a sense. And these have been done on a smaller scale where recipient country A took it to another bunch of states to ask if these are justifiable from the different angles that I talked about. So if this process can be formally introduced and institutionalized under any one of the existing ASEAN architectures, I think that will be a win-win scenario for everyone and partly address the political competition that hinders open and the development of open and inclusive regionalism. Any structure that comes about can and must include all the dialogue partners. Many of them are already in the existing institutions. So a better or more beneficial way might be to see how might the existing platforms be used in order to bring in the dialogue partners and create a more trust, confidence among all nations that would indirectly strengthen the regional unity aspect, and inclusive regionalism might become a reality sooner than later. So process to address areas that have been given to growing suspicion and major powers in the region, whether it is infrastructure development or tech development. Technology development again has been has played a huge part in furthering the suspicion and problems in the region in a sense. So tech development, again, you can look at the processes to enable countries to make free and sovereign and open choices in terms of technologies that they want to pursue. Like I think one of the earlier speakers talked about freedom from coercion to make their own choices. So one of the more contested areas in this and the technology development is with regard to the telecommunication technologies, such as 5G, for instance, that have created so much of suspicion. So I think if we work our ways through technology and infrastructure and connectivity issues by instituting certain processes that would help which would emphasize importance of openness, transparency, sovereignty, and trust in every country's ability to make their own choices, I think that can go a long way in forging a free and open Indo-Pacific that is also prosperous and stable. This would invariably strengthen our efforts at open and inclusive regionalism. As part of this process that is required, ASEAN institutions can also reiterate the importance of dialogue and remove the threat and use of force, again, in dealing with political, territorial, or sovereignty-related disputes. Ambassador Yong, in his opening remarks earlier, talked about strengthening multilateralism, again, which is very important. And I think strengthened regionalism with a focus on open and inclusiveness, but also that one that institutes or helps develop trust and confidence in each other can help us to get to effective multilateralism as well. Because multilateralism on many fields within the security, especially fields, have been in a sense of have been in a state of limbo. If we have to make effective multilateralism a possible way to deal with important political and security issues, we need to also strengthen the regionalism, which comes from some of the points that I talked about. Very quickly to just respond very quickly to some of the points that came from Dr. Yan, and great presentation, but I think she went on to suggest that we should not, great importance to the DOC articles and provisions. She listed out many of them. And one of them to talk about not to create new structures in the South China Sea. But I think the problem, and partly what has been contributing to the suspicion in the region, is that there is a yawning gap between what China has been saying. So its rhetoric is one thing, and what it has been doing on the ground, whether it is dealing with South China Sea, East China Sea, all of this, or even a Sino-Indian border. I can talk from, again, for hours on these, or each of these issues. There has been a yawning between China's rhetoric and action, and that has given way to more suspicion among the countries in terms of whether we are talking about regionalism or other issues. You can come up with the best rules and codes of conduct and so on and so forth, but if they are openly flouted and not complied with, there is no use to any of these codes or binding rules, especially if the powerful states are going to increasingly violate them. And China has violated multitude of agreements it has signed on to, whether it is multilateral ones or even bilateral or regional ones. Again, I don't want to, and it can't be like everybody is wrong and only China is right. China's China's neighbors can have a very different story to what China's rhetoric. So let me stop there, and I'm sure I'll be happy to answer any questions and comments later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raji. And I think your message is pretty clear that the preference is not to create new structures, rather than new processes. And perhaps later on in the discussion, I think we'd be also interested to hear more about how India views its cooperation with ASEAN, in terms of these new processes. What sort of new processes that India would like to engage with ASEAN in the future. So thank you to all the 4 speakers for all the remarks and presentations, all very much very enlightening to all of us. Now I'd like to open the floor for discussion. And first of all, I think I'd like to invite a member of the panelists who are joining us here in the Zoom platform. If anyone would like to say something or make comments or ask questions directly to any of the speakers, please either raise your hand virtually in Zoom, or raise your hand physically so that I can see you on the screen. And I'd be more than happy to also give some screen time to any of you. Since I don't see any hands up yet, I don't know, maybe I'd like to invite all the, either the host of today's event, either Ambassador Iimura or Ambassador Ong, or Mayuso, maybe you'd like to say some few words. I'd be happy to give either of you some screen time, please.
I may participate later.
Okay.
Fifi-san.
Yes, please do. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, very loud and clear.
Yeah. I just want to ask one question, which is very important for us, I think for 3 of us. It's regarding AOIP. I'm just reading a joint statement issued at the end of summit between China and Indonesia. And I think I mentioned, Dr. Yang mentioned briefly about this. According to this joint statement, apparently China is now in support of AOIP, which was not the case beforehand. Has there been any change in the policy of China? If Dr. Yang can enlighten me, I would be very happy.
Thank you, Mr. Iimura. Would anybody else like to make some comments or questions? There is actually a question in the chat box addressed to either Professor Murphy, Dr. Yan, and I think also to Professor Shinoda regarding the very recent meeting between President Xi and President Joko Widodo, which referred to the AOIP, which is, I think, the first time that China officially endorsed the AOIP. And I think if either Dr. Yan, Professor Murphy, or Professor Shinoda would like to make comments on that, would be much appreciated. Since I don't see any more hands up, maybe I'll turn back to the panelists, because I did have also a question addressed to each of the panelists, if they would like to make comments on that, and also make comments to Professor Kawai's question just now. Professor Murphy, can I go back to you now?
Yes, I actually had my hand up. I don't know, perhaps the function's not working. Can I make a respond to the ambassador's question and then make a broader comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, so, is it lip service or not? That's very hard to determine, right? Particularly for an outsider as an American. But I want to follow up on what my Indian colleague said earlier, right? Which is that there is this tension between countries signing on and agreeing to support certain rules. And again, ASEAN normative instruments, whether it be the AOIP or the TAC. They don't have enforcement mechanisms, right? And so the question then becomes, gee, when a signatory, whether it be to the DOC, to the TAC, violates some of its norms, such as peaceful settlement of dispute, renunciation of force, et cetera, what recourse do ASEAN states have? And in the Treaty on Amity and Cooperation, I apologize, it is almost midnight here and I am up way past my bedtime. But this is what I think is difficult of attempting to reconcile the AOIP and the concrete initiatives, right? Because although ASEAN is in the AOIP expounding these principles, what we're seeing is key ASEAN members pushing back when these principles are violated, but they're doing it individually, right? So we've seen Vietnam push back against incursions into its EEZ, interference with its resource vessels, the same thing with Indonesia, the same thing with Malaysia, Philippines, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a request and a demand on the part of many ASEAN countries for capacity building, particularly in the maritime security area, for their ability to autonomously and individually protect their own interests. And so reconciling those kind of hard power capacity building initiatives, which are concrete cooperative initiatives between dialogue partners and ASEAN members, in order to ensure that countries have the capacity to help enforce these rules, is something of attention in thinking about cooperative concrete cooperation under the AOC. And I just want to make one other point, which is we often hear this notion that the US wants to exclude China, right, from certain parts of Asia. I mean, the US knows it can't. China's there, it lives there, it's its neighborhood. It's all about attempting to influence behavior that is consistent with norms, many of which are embedded in the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So I will make that point. I will also just comment on my colleague Yong's point about the United States Coast Guard not conducting its own law enforcement. It certainly has no intention of doing it. It is there for training purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. First, I'm going to be Professor Shinoda and then Dr. Yanyan.
Thank you, Dr. Muhibat. In my memory, China had this special summit to commemorate the 30th anniversary with China, with ASEAN in last November. And in the joint statement between ASEAN and China, so they mentioned the importance of the AYP. I think this is the second time for China to mention the support for AYP. And I hope so China will join the community of AYP and provide any economic support for the development and prosperity of ASEAN this time. And I think not only Japan, but also some other dialogue partners such as Korea and India has already announced their support of the AYP by implementing some specific project in the joint statement in the Prime Minister, economic leaders level. So I'd like to welcome China's support for AYP this time.
Thank you. Dr. Yan?
Hi, thank you, Chair. I would like to respond to two questions. One regarding the South China Sea. It's also a comment to the previous speaker's opinion on China. And also my second response is to Mr. Akawai's question regarding the AOIP and the US-Japan Indo-Pacific strategy. So first of all, in terms of the South China Sea, I do aware that you already mentioned about China's harassment or aggressive behaviors in the South China Sea. I really wanted to say that China already exercises very high level of self-restraint. The information that you have received regarding China is off from the media is often very misleading. Well, just to give you some, I would like to just give you some example. Like for example, like 2 years ago, when the Chinese Coast Guard law entry into force in the year 2020 in February, everybody have an eye on Chinese Coast Guard's activities in the South China Sea and think that China will use force, will be more aggressive than before, and there will be maritime conflicts after the Coast Guard law. Even though I wrote an article and many of the Chinese scholars wrote articles about how our Coast Guard law is in accordance with international law, with other, and our state practice is the same as other countries, including the United States, regarding this Coast Guard law and everything. But it's just that nobody's believed us. But two years have been passed. We don't see any maritime conflicts. I mean, real conflicts conducting by the Chinese Coast Guard in the South China Sea for the past 2 years. And also, I think the media and also many outsider observers neglect and try to ignore the fact that most of this maritime conflict, especially the fishing conflict, actually happen without China's without China. Like for example, between Indonesia and Vietnam, we see that Vietnam's fishermen have and with the Indonesia law enforcement agencies have conflict in the north part of the South China Sea, and also Malaysia, Indonesia, and Malaysia and Vietnam have also maritime law enforcement and fishing conflicts, and even Vietnam fishermen died in the near shore of the Malaysia. But it seems to me that the international world just doesn't care. And also when Malaysia and Vietnam have a standoff in the Vanguard Bank regarding the oil and gas exploration, I think that nobody cares about the standoff between those countries. Everybody's eyes are on China, and every tiny little step that we do, even our ships passing through those disputed waters will be a big news. But nobody really cares about the real conflict happening at sea. Well, that's just happening. So, and also many speakers talk about the EEZ, that is the Vietnam's EEZ, Malaysia's EEZ. I really wanted to point out that even if you don't recognize China's maritime claims in the South China Sea, there exist maritime overlapping claims between other claimant states. It is just, for me, it seems that a bit arrogant to say that this area is Vietnam's EEZ or is Malaysia's EEZ. So I think that before the final maritime boundary is settled, nobody knows which area is whose EEZ. That is more objective way of looking at the South China Sea, and that's my personal point of view. So, I think that to resolve and to have a real confidence of each other, I think that we need to discuss about, we need to discuss the future and final settlement of the dispute, and so that we can finally have this settlement of the dispute, so that we can have a real maritime cooperation. And my second response is to the question from Mr. Kawai. I think I'm not sure whether it is the first time, because I think even during the pandemic, I think the China's high-level officials have very close communication with Indonesia high-level officials, like the foreign ministers and the presidents. They have phone conversations, they have visits, the foreign ministers visit each other. So I think that China's support of the AOIP is quite clear. But the U.S. Japan, the Quad, and the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy is quite different. Like I said in my remarks, I think that the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy is very much targeted at China. So it's different from Indonesia's inclusive AOIP. So I think that the AOIP does express and show us Indonesia and ASEAN's willingness to balance between the two great powers, and also trying to connect, improve a real cooperation both on land and at sea. So it already showed its willingness and its real desire for the past 3 years since 2019. So I think the support of the AOIP is clear, but I don't think that, well, I don't represent the government, it's my just personal view. I don't think that the US, Japan, India, Indo-Pacific strategy is the same. It's different, I think. So that's two stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yan. Dr. Raji, would you want to make some comments on the ongoing discussion? Please, Raji. Dr. Rajagopalan, would you like to have the screen now?
Yes, please. Thank you, Dr. Sophia. No, I think on the chat box again, I see some of the points. One, I think the repeated number, for instance, in the recent case of Dr. Alex has pointed out, for instance, the dangerous conduct of the PLA Air Force fighter jet cutting in front of an Australian P-8 surveillance aircraft. That's in one case. So I can give you more from. It's not international media or that is kind of informing our approach or what we are saying in a sense. I think there is clearly the conflict in Galvin. For decades long, there have been agreements on military CBMs or border agreements, border CBMs, confidence building measures between India and China. Those were absolutely violated by China in the recent conflict with India on the Galvin. Even previously, there are any number of issues. The conflict with Japan on the East China Sea, or with Southeast Asian countries, China going up to the coming up to the India's exclusive economic zone in the Andamans. Again, these are just instances, and I am not going by media reports. The conflict with Southeast Asian countries, Chinese naval ships, or the maritime militia going up to the Indonesian waters. All of these are violations, and this is simply not saying that these are essentially we are getting carried away by international media and so on and so forth. The fact is that then specifically on Yanyan's comment now about saying that South China Sea, China accepts that other countries have claims. I think that is the first time I'm hearing, in a sense. China has not really even wanted to recognize that other states have claims also, and that South China Sea is a contested area with different claims. So if China can come about accepting informally, saying that this is a contested area with different claims, and we need to use dialogue mechanisms to resolve or to find a solution to this particular issue, I think that would be a great first step, I think. There were a couple of, I think there was another question on the Q&A box on, for instance, how a China-Russia alliance, whether a formal one or not, how that would impact on the AOIP. And I think that's an important question, because I think, to me, I think that is that's going to make the great power conflict even more intense. Russia has its own logic and reasoning as to why they are stepping up their collaboration with China. That relationship has become much more strategic in nature over the last few years, particularly so after the Ukraine crisis. Whether China and Russia would undertake joint exercises or other issues, but I think the increasing collaboration, increasing strategic nature of collaboration between Russia and China, I think that will possibly spur for further regional competition, making suspicions, furthering the suspicions that it's already playing out in the region. But unfortunately, the way I look at it, I think unless there is some sort of a power balance stabilization, the balance of power comes to some sort of stabilization, you are unfortunately going to see a region that is going to be heavily affected, influenced by the regional great power competition, and that's not going to be. I think we all wish that it could go away, but I think that is not going to happen in the immediate future, the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Ong, I see you have your hands raised, please.
Yeah, thank you, Fifi. Just to respond to this question from Kawai-san about the statement by Xi Jinping and Jokowi regarding the AOIP. Actually, factually, it is not correct that this is the first time. Maybe it's the first time between Xi Jinping and Jokowi in the bilateral China-Indonesia context. But for ASEAN, back in December 2021, at the special summit between ASEAN and China, the Chinese and the ASEAN side have specifically mentioned the ASEAN AOIP, and I believe the wording there in the joint statement coming out from the ASEAN-China commemorative meeting spelled out China's positive outlook towards the AOIP. So it is not the first time that China accord recognition to AOIP in this particular Xi Jinping and Jokowi statement, as mentioned by Kawai-san. Back in December 2021, I have it here. Back in December 2021, actually the Chinese side and the ASEAN side reaffirmed the principles of the AOIP while recognizing that it is ASEAN's independent initiative, being open and inclusive, intended to enhance ASEAN community building process, and is not aimed at creating any new mechanism or replacing existing one. So as far as this particular paragraph 9 in the preamble of the ASEAN-China Summit of December 2021, hosted by Brunei, this is the sort of the authoritative statement on Chinese position with regard to the AOIP. Yeah, it is, I think, of a higher level of recognition by China of AOIP than the current statement made by the president of China and the president of Indonesia at the bilateral level with regard to the AOIP. Thank you, Fifi.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Ong. Would anybody else like to make any comments? We do have a couple of questions, one in the Q&A box and one in the still in the chat box. One is, I think Dr. Rajagopalan already answered this a little bit with, thoughts on China-Russia alliance, whether formal or informal, would impact on AOIP. And there is also a question in the chat box from Andrew Mantong, raising the issue of possible escalation involving Taiwan, and how some of the ASEAN member states and ASEAN dialogue partners might be also dragged into the discussion. Would any of the panelists would like to make a comment on any of these questions, please?
I can take a crack at it. Shafi, thank you. No, I think I mentioned in passing during my presentation as well. So for instance, if a conflict, I mentioned it from a slightly different angle in terms of the possible decoupling that is happening, that is already somewhat underway between China and the US. And therefore, if a conflict were to happen in Taiwan, and how that might play out. But I think it is also going to be a test case for the AOIP. in its efforts. So far, like I said, the AOIP, the ASEAN countries have tried to take a middle course, a middle path in a sense, and not wanting to get caught between the two major power their competition. But I think a conflict, and of course, like you said, there are more and more countries coming up with vocal support for Taiwan, whether it is Japan, Australia, a number of countries in their joint statements with the US or as part of their own national declaratory policies have talked about Taiwan, and the use of force or the threat of force cannot be the way we go about creating a sort of a regional inclusivity and so on and so forth. So if we have to reduce that suspicion, if we have to be able to work in a with a baseline unity that we need to forge open and inclusive regionalism, we have to find ways to reduce suspicion. And a conflict over Taiwan is going to increase the suspicion. It is also going to test the AOIP's ability to stand united, the baseline that has helped ASEAN to come out with the open and its outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So I think it's going to put a lot of strains on ASEAN, but as well as on a lot of other countries if there were to be an open conflict on Taiwan. There has already been several other ways of provocations so far, which does not instill a lot of confidence in or a reassurance about China's long-term intentions in the region and beyond, in a sense. So a conflict in Taiwan is a disaster, furthering the mutual suspicions, furthering the insecurities among countries, and putting ASEAN in the middle of all of that, making it very difficult for ASEAN to sustain its middle path that it has taken so far.
Thank you. Professor Murphy, I see you have your hands raised again. Please.
I just want to make a kind of follow-up on the Taiwan issue, right? I realize that Andrew's question was what happens if there's conflict, but I also think it's important to look at least what is being stated in an attempt to avoid such a conflict. So again, if we look at Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's statement at the Shangri-La Dialogue, he is attempting to reduce tensions. He stated explicitly the US does not support Taiwan independence. The US is committed to the one China policy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there is an attempt, as the AOIP states, to reduce tensions, great power, rivalry, etc. And I just want to clarify that. That's my only point. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite somebody else who would like to make any comments or maybe ask questions as well?
Fifi?
Yes, Ambassador Ong, please.
My colleague told me that my date was wrong when I referred to the ASEAN-China commemorative summit. It was held on it is not December, I mentioned December. It was held on 22nd November 2021. So my ASEAN desk has corrected my wrong date. The commemorative summit between ASEAN and China was held on the 21st, on the 22nd of November 2021, not December. So correction over what I said earlier about the date of the joint statement by ASEAN and China. This was chaired by the ASEAN chairman at that time for the conference or for the summit was the Sultan of Brunei, 22nd of November 2021. In case anybody is interested, they can look it up. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Ong. Dr. Yan, please. And then after that, Ambassador Iimura.
Yes, just a comment in response to Dr. Burji. I'm not an expert on the Indian Ocean and the China-Indian relations, but I'm just a bit curious about what you mentioned about China violating some rules between China and India, because if I hear you correctly, you mentioned that China send our warships or vessels pass through India's EEZ I'm not sure whether which rules or international law China violates, because I think that it's just as the U.S. Urging the freedom of navigation as a general international law rule. And we also see that many extra-regional powers send their warships in the South China Sea, UK, Europe countries, and Australia, and everybody. So I think that it is China never say that you cannot come to the South China Sea, because it is freedom of navigation is actually indeed a general international law rule. So I think transit and passage is actually okay and no problem even for the military aircraft, military vessels, ships. And also my second response is to the Taiwan issue. I think that this is Taiwan thing is definitely Chinese China's internal affair. So the one China policy cannot be change, from the Chinese side. So I think no matter the ASEAN platform or other international platform are not a good venue or appropriate venue for us to talk about the Taiwan issue, because territorial integrity is the core interest of every country. So that's my personal point of view. It's China's internal affair. Thank you.
Ambassador Iimura, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fifi. I just want to follow up what Ambassador Ong Kyung-yon said regarding the China's position on the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Ambassador read the preamble of joint statement of ASEAN-China Special Summit last year, more precisely 22nd November 2021. And if I compare the two pieces of papers which is now in front of me, now the joint press statement issued after China Indonesia summit July 26th, which is yesterday. I think there was some shifting in a positive direction. Maybe this is a question I think I should address to the Chinese government officials. It said, this statement of yesterday said China and Indonesia, both sides agreed will promote mutually beneficial cooperation between ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP and BRI, as well as promote collaboration of the GDI key areas and AOIP priority areas, contributing to the implementation of the AOIP. Now, being positive about contributing to the implementation of the AOIP, this is somewhat new language that our Chinese friends are using. Of course, if Dr. Yang can clarify on me what seems to be shifting position of China, my impression is correct or not. If not, maybe but next time we see, we can discuss about this. Now, this is very important because we are going to have toward the end of this month or either next month, there will be ASEAN-related summits as well as foreign ministers meeting. And we are very much curious in what kind of language the China will accept in using, referring to AOIP. I'm already retired diplomat. I'm not in the battlefield. But if there is a shift in positive way, I welcome this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Iimura. I also see Professor Shinoda having a hand raised, but let's see, we have about 6 minutes left, and I really like to turn back to all of the 4 panelists to sort of like give their final remarks, and also maybe their final comments to some of the things that was mentioned. And also perhaps, if you go back to the title of the session with regards to, cooperation on open and inclusive regionalism concepts and way forward, maybe say a little bit of the way forward part, what we should do to promote this open and inclusive regionalism. So I'll go back to the order of the speakers again. So I'll start with Professor Murphy, and then Professor Shinoda, and then Dr. Yan, and then Dr. Rajagopalan. Please.
Thank you very much. I have commented on my fellow speakers, so I don't have that much to add. It strikes me that when we think about the way forward, that the list of cooperative pillars is very, very broad. As I said earlier, almost anything can be pushed in there. And I think it would be extremely helpful for outside partners to have a certain sense of priorities from ASEAN. I know that that's often difficult for ASEAN, but I also know that many of my Indonesian colleagues are looking forward to the Indonesian chairmanship. So perhaps some things may be able to play there. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Shinoda?
Thank you, Fifi. As Ambassador Iimura mentioned, we are very much interested in or curious about the change of China's position toward AOIP. Actually, according to the joint statement of the commemorative summit between China and ASEAN in last November, the word AOIP was written in English text, but in Chinese text, there is no word of the AOIP, just Outlook, ASEAN Outlook, no Indo-Pacific. And this time, so I hope so, China changed its position towards AOIP. And Japan has conducted many kind of the third country market cooperation in collaboration with United States, Australia, India, or China. So if China support the AOIP, we can have the collaboration of this economic cooperation project towards ASEAN countries in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Yan?
Yes, well, 2 points, 2 final points. And first of all, regarding the airplane question, I think that when you send your military aircraft to any country's airspace, territorial airspace, very close approaching the airspace of any country will feel unsecure and will have doubt that what you're trying to do, and will have some defensive moves. So I think that's very understandable. So that's my response to the question. And second, I think I'm not in the position to answer Ambassador's question regarding whether China's position has changed, because I'm not a foreign ministry person. But I noticed this joint statement just only like 3 hours before the conference in this morning, early morning. So I will pass this question to my friend in the foreign ministry and see if I can have some answer and to share with you in the next conference. But my personal view is that last year, China and ASEAN already achieved this comprehensive strategic partnership. And this year is the first year of that strategic partnership. So I do feel that I do have some positive feeling that we will try to maybe have more practical cooperations under this outlook and under this BRI. That's my personal feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rajagopalan?
Thank you, Dr. Shafia. So let me quickly just want to, since Dr. Yan said she was not familiar with the China-India issues and the kind of conflict that have been ongoing conflict. We still don't have a resolution of the Galvan conflict, even though it's more than 2 years. So let me just quickly remind that there have been several border agreements, military CBMs that have come about, but I think the two of the most comprehensive agreements, one that came out in September 1993, agreement on the maintenance of peace and tranquility along the line of actual control in the India-China border areas, and the second one that came out in November 1996, agreement between the government of the People's Republic of China, Republic of India, and the government of the People's Republic of China on confidence-building measures in the military field along the line of actual control in the India-China border areas. I agree that there is no clarity on the line of actual control and there can be misperceptions. And that those things have happened for several decades now. We have been managing those conflicts. We have used communication, hotline or otherwise, other sort of communication between the militaries, between the foreign ministries to diffuse any crisis. But my sense is that this time when China decided to place large number of forces on the border, close to the borders, massive mobilization troops, tanks, armored carriers, air defenses very close to LAC in violation of the terms of both of these agreements, it is essentially you're showing that China is a lot more powerful and it does not care about these agreements. That is the sense that we get. On the Indian Ocean, let me again give you an instance. Indian Ocean is an open space, open maritime space. Other countries are absolutely free to move it without any sort of a question. But the Chinese activities in India's exclusive economic zone is an issue, which is being highlighted by number of Navy chief, even the Navy chief, Indian Navy Chief Admiral Karambir Singh said that both Chinese research vessels as well as fishing boats have been regularly seen in the Indian exclusive economic zone. Even in the September 2019, it was seen in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. But the fact is that these are no longer isolated incidents. Even in August 20, in the middle of the ongoing conflict on the Galvan conflict, China had sent its Yuan vessels, Yuan Wang class research vessel into these exclusive economic zone areas. I can give you any number of instances that have happened even in the middle of ongoing conflicts that only reiterate the suspicions about China's intentions and so on and so forth. So I think it can't be that, like I said, everybody is at wrong. China and India, China and Japan, China and Southeast Asian countries. So I think there needs to be some sort of an introspection that needs to be done by China as well. China is a lot more powerful, I agree, and maybe 3 or 4 generations ahead of even India maybe. But I think every country and China's exclusive approach to its rise of power, its rise has been the part of the problem. And you need to have a more benign approach to make everybody else feel that they have a space as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we've reached the end of our first session today, and I know tackling such a big issue is very difficult within 2 hours because I think the discussion is still very lively and ongoing. But I do think we will have the next few sessions discussing some of the more specific issues of cooperation in the Indo-Pacific on economic cooperation, on maritime cooperation, and then also on connectivity and sustainable development goals. So I think in the next few sessions, we will be able to tackle some of the more very specific issues of cooperation. So I would like to thank again the 4 very formidable speakers that we have this morning. Thank you so much for your contribution and the remarks that you made throughout the first session, and very much enriching our discussion on this topic. And with that, thank you personally from me as well for your participation this morning. I'll hand back to the organizer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fifi, and thank you to all the panelists for their fruitful discussion in session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break. Our next session, session 2, will begin at 1 o'clock Jakarta time. The topic of session 2 is on the recent security crisis in Europe and Asia. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing all of you again at 1 o'clock Jakarta time, session 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good lunch. Thank you. Have you, everybody. See you later.
Thank you. See you.
See you later.
Thank you, Rocky.
Good morning, good afternoon, Ambassador.
Good afternoon. Can I call you Shariman?
Yes, sir, please, sir. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for moderating us.
Thank you for joining the conference, sir. Yeah.
I'm sure we are going to enjoy it. Can you hear me well?
Very well, sir.
Okay, very good.はい、石井です。
砂原です。すいません。いろいろありがとうございます。
こちらこそありがとうございます。
はい。後ほど画面共有させていただきますので。
すいません。
はい。
もう私に振られたらもう共有していただいて結構ですので。
承知しました。
はい。
はい。どうもありがとう。
はい。それ多分その方が楽だと思って。じゃあまあその時にまた申し上げましょ
う。そうですね。はい。お声掛けいただければどうぞ。
ありがとうございます。
Can the administrators do something about Dr. Gudrun Wacker? I think she is having trouble joining. I think she has joined as an attendee instead of a panelist.
Yep.
Ada teknis namanya workout. Udah dipindahin sih mas, tapi belum masuk mas. Di situ masih ada ya mas. Sini udah nggak ada sih.
Hi, I'm happy that I managed to get into the meeting.
Fantastic, fantastic.
It doesn't work for me with the link because I have the app, but in order to act, and the link just didn't work.
Well done, Gudrun. Well done, Gudrun. So good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So we have 10 minutes left before start. I'm just wondering if everyone's clear about the rundown. I mean, so 12 to 15 minutes for each panelist, then 10 minutes for each discussant, and then we'll go for 40 minutes of free discussion. So I'm told free discussion means that it's among ourselves. Basically, we have a discussion among ourselves, and then we open to a Q&A in the last 30 minutes. I just hope that everyone is okay with that rundown. I won't introduce everyone. I won't read the whole bio. I think everyone else has a bio, right, Rocky?
Sure, yeah. But Do you want to read the full bio before it started, or discussion as a moderator?
Yeah, I'll read bits of it if it's okay. And I mean, I won't read the whole thing. Like for for Lina, I'll mention her position, what her research interests are, where she got her PhD. Gudrun Vaka, I will mention her position. I'll mention that she works on Chinese foreign policy, so on and so forth. And then as an EU delegate to the EEP in the ARF. So I'll just pick, if it's okay. Rocky?
Definitely. Nice to meet you, Gudrun. Nice to meet you as well, Ambassador Lee.
The older I get, the shorter my CV gets.
Well, you only put. It's it's all the main points there. So yeah. Rocky, so do you want me to read the bios up front or just before each speaker? I mean, what is your preference here?
I don't think we have a preference. I think it's a discussion, whichever you judge is better for the audience. Right. I think in the past, usually we read the bio of speakers before their turn to speak. But I think just now in the morning, Dr. Fifi Mukiba as a moderator should read the bio of all speakers before this session, before this speakers. So I think it's a discussion. It really is up to you, like when you judge which is better.
Yeah, so I'll follow Fifi's lead since she set the precedent. So I'll do that. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah. Yeah. And who is going to tell me if there are questions from YouTube?
So our team, our knowledge management team here, will just move the questions from YouTube to the Q&A box in Zoom.
Okay, so straight to the Q&A box, right? Not the chat. So I don't have to really look at that.
Definitely. Like the chat is definitely for hosts and panelists to discuss questions and have a good discussion. While the Q&A box are for people who want to ask questions from the attendees, and we'll also move questions from the YouTube chat box into Zoom Q&A box.
Great, cool. Just wanted to be sure. Thanks.
Questions-nya dibuat dulu bagaimana Mas? Questions yang untuk next session, questions yang first session dibuat dulu bagaimana? Tinggal lanjutin aja sih Mas. Tapi ini yang questions kayak dari wholesale based podcast kalau maksud itu bakal dihapus seperti itu. Yang enggak Mas? Ya, delete aja semua. Delete aja semua, Mas. Oke. Dan colokan. Sudah? Oke, Mas. Cepat aja. Masih ya? Ya, Mas. Sini aku colokin. Enggak apa-apa. Di sini aja. Oke, itu pertanyaan bisa ya udah. Soalnya enggak bisa masuk. Enggak itu lagi ya, enggak lagi ya. Info dengan hadis. Dan ini lagi sama itu gangguan kemik mana? Bentar ya, Mas. Tes. Benar-benar sih. Hah? Benar-benar kok.
Tes 1 2 3. Do we have everyone? I see Dr. Gudrun, I see Shariman, I see Ambassador Ishii. I'm assuming Mo will join us soon, but I think I saw her in the panelists as well. Yes, we have Mo in the panelists. We will start in 4 sessions, in 4 minutes, I mean.
Rocky, there is a bit of interference. I'm not sure what it is.
Test. Test. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it sounds good now. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Great.
Boleh. Tes. Dinyalain, Pak? Udah. Oh, udah. Terus, aman? Udah. Pak. Oh.
Can I just, sorry, 3 minutes before we start, I just want to make sure I've got everyone's names correct. Lina Alexandra, I know, we know her very well. Dr. Gudrun Vaka, is that correct? Ambassador Masufumi Ishii, correct?
Just call me Masao or Ambassador.
Yes. And Mo Thuzar, correct? Yeah. So I just want to make sure I don't mispronounce anyone's names. Oh, so Lina, you're connecting from CSIS, yeah?
Hi everyone, yes.
Hi.
I'm back to CSIS now.
Kameranya kalau dulu Pak.
So Ambassador Keng Yong is backstage. That's supposed to happen, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I think he has to put himself in. That is his choice to put. Oh, there he is. Wrong.
So should we start, Rocky, or do you want to wait?
Okay. Thank you very much. Then I'll start. Greetings from Jakarta, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the conference on Towards Open and Inclusive Regionalism. This conference is hosted by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS Indonesia, in cooperation with the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, GRIPS Japan, and the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Singapore. We will now begin today's second session. Our second session will be moderated by Mr. Syariman Lokman. I will now read his short bio. Syariman Lokman is Director of the Chief Executive's Office of the Institute for Strategic and International Studies, Malaysia. Mr. Syariman's research interests include Malaysian foreign and defense policies, Southeast Asian maritime security affairs, and Malaysia-China relations, including in the context of the South China Sea. I now invite Mr. Syariman Lokman to start the session. Syariman, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Rocky. And it's great to see you all in CSIS and across the region. It's been too long since we met in person. And welcome to this session, recent security crisis in Europe and Asia. Okay, that is a very, very broad topic, but the saving grace is that the organizers have given us some guidance on what exactly they want us to talk about. So we have some questions here. Essentially, what we like to discuss is how deeply has the crisis in Ukraine changed the international order and impacted regional security situations in Asia. The other question concerns whether ASEAN can contribute to achieve peace in Ukraine. Third question is to do with Myanmar, and I think we'll also have a very lively discussion on that. Essentially, how has the crisis in Myanmar changed the regional dynamics in Asia? What can be done by regional governments and ASEAN dialogue partners to bring about an end to the crisis? So to address these very important questions, we have two speakers and two discussants. Let me just go through their bios here, and I hope everyone else has the full bio. I'll just pick out some of the headlines from the bios. First speaker is Dr. Lina Alexandra. She is a senior researcher, at the Department of International Relations, Center for Strategic International Studies, CSIS. She works on international peacekeeping and peace building, human rights, human security, and conflict resolution. She has come back to this region with a very good degree from the University of Queensland, doctorate from the University of Queensland. And second speaker is Dr. Gudrun Wacker. She is Senior Fellow in the Asian Division at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Now, she works on a broad range of topics here, Chinese foreign and security policy, especially EU-China relations, very, very hot topic there. China and the Asia-Pacific region, security cooperation in the Asia-Pacific and Indo-Pacific. She is currently, and this is the most important bit here, I think, an EU delegate to the Experts and Eminent Persons Group of the ASEAN Regional Forum. And we have two excellent discussants as well. The first discussion will be no stranger to Indonesian audiences, especially those who follow his very, very nice Instagram account. But he is far more than that. He is Ambassador, Mr. Masafumi Ishii, Ambassador of Japan, formerly Ambassador of Japan to Belgium, NATO, and Indonesia, retired from Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2021, much to our sadness. But he is with us now as special visiting professor for Gakushuen University. And I hope I pronounced the university correctly, and I hope they do not come after me. Last discussion, Ms. Multuza. Now, she told me not to pronounce the R at the back of her name, and that is what I hope I did. Ms. Multuza is an ICES fellow and lead researcher, socio-cultural at the ASEAN Studies Center. They, of course, produce that excellent annual survey of opinions around South Asia, and something that we look forward to every year. She is also a key member of the Myanmar Studies Program at ICES. ICES is in the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, not my ICES or the other ICES. Mo provides analysis on ASEAN and Myanmar for Channel News Asia. Now, this is something that I watch every day, and Ms. Multuza is certainly a feature in that channel. So we will just go through the speakers so each speaker will have 12 to 15 minutes each, and then for the discussions 10 minutes. We'll get into this sort of like an internal, not really internal, but a discussion among ourselves for 40 minutes after that, just to sort of tease the issues, dig our heels in basically. And then we'll open to you, guests, for the last 30 minutes Q&A. Do not be shy to ask questions. If you have any questions, please type them out in the Q&A function in Zoom, or if you're watching from YouTube, please do whatever it is that you do on YouTube. Okay, so we'll go to Dr. Lina Alexandra, my old friend. Go ahead, break a leg, Lina.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a long time that we haven't really met each other. Hopefully we can meet physically sometime, either in KL or in Jakarta or somewhere else. First of all, of course, good afternoon to all distinguished panelists and participants. And also I would like to thank GRIPS Japan and RSIS for supporting our workshop last year on Myanmar crisis and its impact on Indo-Pacific region, roles of the regional powers. Before I share some of the highlights of the workshop that we had last year, I would like to, of course, share some of the recent updates. Probably most of you already know, but I think it is very important to highlight it here because the situation is very concerning for all of us, I think, in the region, especially 2 days ago of the recent death penalty imposed by the junta against four pro-democracy activists using terrorism charge. Among two, of course, the Kojimi from the 80 generation and Pio Siatao, the elected MP from the NLD. And these certainly already invoke some declaration from the pro-democracy activists that they will launch the revolutionary war against the junta. And this will certainly start the protracted conflict between the military and pro-democracy groups. And this is something that we are already predicting. And of course, it's an unfortunate situation. And I think to some extent, the military has been also adamant to continue to pursue the upcoming election in August 2023. And on the other hand, definitely the pro-democracy groups are gearing up to block or prevent the election, since it will be ultimately used to legitimize Min Aung Hlaing's position as Myanmar president. And basically, from the special envoy of the ASEAN chair from Cambodia this year, there has been some updates about the possibility of quote-unquote negotiation on the two conditions from junta. The first, no intention whatsoever to change the government from the other side, the opposition to the military. And second, all negotiations should refer to the 2008 constitution, which definitely is something which will not be fulfilled by the pro-democracy activists for obvious reasons. I think this is something very nonsense to some extent. And all these unfortunate conditions will certainly fall into Indonesian lap next year, as Indonesia will be taking over the chairmanship in 2023 in ASEAN. And obviously, almost 2 years have passed after the coup started in February 1st, 2021, and no significant implementation of ASEAN 5-point consensus can be seen so far in terms of cessation of violence, delivery of humanitarian assistance, and more importantly, facilitating dialogue among all stakeholders in Myanmar. While current Cambodian special envoy claimed that it has achieved some results, such as setting up the humanitarian assistance corridor or engaging with various stakeholders in Myanmar, it does it under the full control of the military junta that strictly decides what and whom the special envoy can talk and engage with. At the same time, ASEAN's decision not to invite any political representative to ASEAN high-level meetings has been very much watered down, as we are seeing representatives from the SAC attending various ASEAN meetings, including the last time in the ADMM Plus, as well as other technical level meetings in ASEAN. And what is quite clear for us as well, ASEAN has been divided in its efforts to push for the implementation of the 5-point consensus, and currently without clear direction as an organization on how it should pursue the 5-point consensus implementation. So now on the key issue on the involvement or the role of regional and major powers in mitigating or even solving the crisis in Myanmar. I think it is quite obvious for us there has been very high expectations for regional powers to play some roles in mitigating the crisis in Myanmar. Obviously, at the utmost is to push for a return of democracy, while to some extent also at least to restore some stability in the country. But also, I think from the region, it is quite clear that there has been some expectation for the regional powers to play some constructive roles, although to the extent not messing up the situation. For example, by stop supplying weapons, by stopping to supply weapons, especially to the military junta, and to support, of course, in the impartial humanitarian assistance delivery, and to put some pressures to the junta to stop the violence, as well as later on to support the peace process among the ethnic groups. And also there has been some expectations to create a kind of a quote-unquote division of labor among the regional and major powers on how they can play out their leverages and capacities to help mitigating the situation, to restore some stability, and to the utmost, of course, to bring back democracy to Myanmar. I think we need some rationales, definitely, for the role of regional powers in Myanmar. I think it's quite clear that there are some implications, the damages from Myanmar crisis too, that have been experienced by the regional powers. The first is the disturbances on trade relations and assets. And we all know that economic relations need to see some stability to be able to proceed. And second, definitely potential disruption on energy resources supply and the incoming of refugees, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic is also occurring in Myanmar. I think the implementation or the application of the lockdown policy definitely impede the whole process of delivery of humanitarian assistance, as well as the way governments deal with the incoming refugees to their own territories. But having said that, the damages, quote unquote, or the implications definitely have become some conditions. It has become necessary conditions, but not sufficient enough for the regional powers to assert their roles to mitigate or solve the crisis. These regional powers definitely have some leverages, but they seem to have mental blocks to use their existing leverage on the junta. What are the mental blocks of these regional powers that prevent them to act proactively? The first is the interest on stability. As we all clearly see that some governments, they still want or seek to maintain some connections with the Tatmadaw, while some others also acknowledge the importance of maintaining relations with the MLD or the pro-democracy movements. And secondly, also what we learned from the workshop, some of the representatives from the regional powers, they also mentioned that their respective governments do not want to undermine ASEAN's effort and seeking to maintain good relations with Southeast Asian countries. So they basically underline that if they play too much role, that will be considered by ASEAN as a violation to the non-interference principle and respect towards sovereignty. And that will certainly disturb ASEAN to some extent. The next question really, what conditions could possibly push these regional powers to move one step further? What's the bottom line or the tolerance limit to make it sufficient for regional powers to play more roles? Or what can induce or push them to act more proactively in this situation? Realistically, the first, of course, if there is further damage to their economic interests, I think with the volatility of the situation after the death penalty against some pro-democracy activists, and this will, I think, definitely continue, because there has been no resistance whatsoever from the international community so far. Of course, there are a lot of condemnations, but in terms of actions, I think it remains to be seen. So this kind of protected conflict and violence will definitely create further damage to the economic interests of some regional powers. Second, if we put it into the frame of US-China competition, for example, if one of the certain major power jump in first, play some more proactive role, this might trigger the other side to also play a bigger role in dealing with Myanmar. But what we see so far, I think both of these major powers, they do not really have strong interest on Myanmar, which is very different to the 2011 condition. And also the other condition that can induce further roles from the regional powers is the fact that ASEAN can really move or do some or achieve some efforts in Myanmar, because there has been still very much expectation for ASEAN to spearhead the efforts in Myanmar. So by then, the regional powers will then follow up and throw their support to the ASEAN effort. And the last point that I would like to share also on the point of ASEAN plus X mechanism in dealing with Myanmar crisis. Is it possible to create? How? And who to join, basically? I think there is a lot of much more pessimism. When I shared about this idea few months back, several months back, I think there is still some optimism. But when I say it now, I think very much pessimism now. Because it is even, the division within ASEAN is even further down. Between those who want to see the return of democracy and those who want to see only some restoration of order. And even with the situation of the death penalty against the pro-democracy activists, not so much of ASEAN leaders really say something on this. This really tells that the division is really so severe within ASEAN. And regional powers are likely to be divided along this line as well. In order to create this ASEAN plus X mechanism, can we actually make it as a step-by-step approach, for example? At least to see, to push for a restoration of some order, stopping all the violence against the civilians, and then move to other steps of the 5-point consensus. But really, the question is how? How can we put more pressures on the Buddha? This is really a big question now. Who would be willing to take up the first action? And also, we in CSIS have been trying to see whether there are also other actors in Myanmar that we can engage with, finding kind of a certain agent of change from inside that can bridge two opposite sides. But I think, again, with the further development in Myanmar, we now start to lose those who are actually in the middle, because they just want to fight against the military. I think the situation is getting harder and harder. Back to the 5-point consensus in relation to creating ASEAN plus X mechanism. Now I just put the question mark here, really. Is 5-point consensus still working? So many have put a lot of doubts now whether ASEAN is still really want to push for the 5-point consensus. I think there should be a thorough, deep review next year under the Indonesian chairmanship, whether ASEAN really want to uphold this 5-point consensus, or we'll need to come up with something new that is even more effective to deal with the Myanmar crisis. Possible participants to the ASEAN plus X mechanism, who will be the X? I think obviously ASEAN dialogue partners are very much expected to help, plus definitely EU and UN, I think, to some extent will be needed at some point to help creating the ASEAN Plus X mechanism. And I think the further second track discussion will be needed to flesh out the idea how we can really do something in dealing with the Myanmar crisis. So as a conclusion, I think definitely we need to put really in our notes that we should not write Myanmar off, and all the efforts that ASEAN will have to do will certainly need the involvement of the regional and major powers to help. I think with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lina. I wish we could have audio for claps, but the technology has not advanced yet to that extent. But you raised some really important points that we are definitely going to go back to during discussion. But now, without further ado, Dr. Gudrun Wacker, please, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks the organizers for inviting me. Here it's still morning, but good afternoon to all of you. I have one or two preliminary remarks before I start, and then I will make 3 points. The preliminary remark is the topic of this session is the recent security crisis in Europe and Asia. We don't see this as a crisis. This is a war. What is going on in Ukraine with lots of lives lost, with destruction of cities, towns, and infrastructure, and with millions of refugees, mostly women and children who have fled Ukraine to go to other countries in Europe. So we call it a war and not a crisis. Second preliminary remark, the war is not over. So we only just begin to see the implications that this war will have on the security architecture. I mean, we see a war that is geographically very limited, but the implications are definitely global. And we start to see what the implications are, but we don't see a new order emerge. So my first point is on the European security architecture, which after the end of the Cold War was a mix of exclusive and inclusive mechanisms. So you have on the one hand NATO, which is an exclusive organization, but quite effective, you can say, although it hasn't been used very often because it's a defensive mechanism. And then you have the OSCE, which is inclusive. It's a result of the Helsinki process, but over the years, it has sort of deteriorated in its effectiveness. And then as a supplement, we had the NATO-Russia Council. So this was a way, an effort to bring NATO close to Russia and have a mechanism that includes Russia. The problem is that whenever there was a serious crisis with Russia, the NATO-Russia Council failed to address it, not to mention resolve the crisis. So I think this kind of mix of inclusive and exclusive security architecture in Europe has been challenged when Russia annexed Crimea. So several years ago, it had already become sort of dysfunctional and ailing, but now with Russia's invasion in Ukraine, it has completely collapsed. I mean, NATO has not collapsed, on the contrary. Obviously, countries now want to join because they see NATO as a guarantee of their security, and they see Russia more of a threat. So you can say it's a watershed event for European countries that now all rethink their own military posture, and they think more again about national defense as the prime task for their armies, and not international peacekeeping missions or other missions that they can do. So we don't know what will replace this order in Europe, but my hunch is it will be more exclusive than it was before. It will be more against Russia than it was before. And the inclusive mechanisms will probably be marginalized even more than they are already. My second point is on the implications for the international order and the regional security in Asia. At the global level, I think we already see that the UN Security Council is paralyzed when one of the big permanent five is directly involved in a conflict. Great power rivalry is back. This mainly involves the US and China, but Russia as well. So the UN Security Council basically paralyzes itself. They cancel each other out. Then there are implications for nuclear non-proliferation that are possible. We already see that North Korea has used the situation to step up its own efforts, and the Russian threat to use nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, has proven to be quite effective as a deterrence. So this might create some appetite in other countries to go down the same road. And then probably the gravest of all, there are implications for very basic principles of the UN Charter and also the ASEAN Charter about a peaceful resolution of conflicts. And I think if Russia achieves its goal, whatever a victory would look like, in the case of Russia, the principle of might makes right will have some traction and probably inspire some other countries in the world and create a precedent, including in the Indo-Pacific, with China and Xi Jinping being one candidate to follow the principle of might makes right instead of the rule of law. And then there are some global implications which we already can feel, especially in countries of the global south, but also in the industrialized countries: rising energy prices, rising food prices, rising prices for fertilizer, and the inflation that is coming with it, the interruption of supply chains, which has already been very grave with the pandemic, but now due to the war as well. But I do see that there are some countries who for the moment benefit from lower oil prices. India and China have imported oil from Russia at a lower price than they would normally be able to, but for the rest of the world, it's a very negative impact of this war. And I think for the Indo-Pacific, if we think about the inclusiveness, exclusiveness question, the question for the region is whether the minilaterals like the Quad or AUKUS or other ad hoc formats are an exclusive alternative to the more inclusive ASEAN approach, or whether they can be seen as a complementary structure that can also have synergies with ASEAN and the more inclusive architecture. And Europe can be an example either to learn from or not to learn from. If you still believe that inclusive, I mean, we have a big debate in Europe whether, you know, our leaders should still call Putin and even try to make an effort when clearly they did everything before the war started and it didn't help at all. My third and last point is about whether ASEAN can contribute to achieve peace. I think this year Indonesia is the chair of the G20, so there will be the summit meeting coming up. I think it was the right decision of Indonesia to invite Russia, not to exclude it from the G20. That would have been a mistake, and it was also a correct decision of the West to show up nevertheless and go into this, use this opportunity to address the issues. And there will be some more summit meetings in Asia, like the APEC, where Russia is a member, and also the East Asia Summit, where Russia is a member. So these are opportunities. I'm sure it will be brought up. If it's not officially on the agenda, it will be, during the coffee breaks and outbreak sessions, I'm sure it will be addressed. From my perspective, framing the present situation of what is going on in terms of international order, to frame it as the ultimate battle between democracies and autocracies is not very helpful. And one look at how ASEAN responded to the war in Ukraine shows that it's very divided, and it's not divided along the lines of democracy and autocracy. So I think this framing that is the preferred one in the US can also alienate a lot of countries who share the same interests, although they do not qualify as full-fledged democracies from a US standpoint. So what can ASEAN do? I think most importantly is to help avoid food shortages. So the West at the moment does not have good cards in getting any concessions from Russia. But there are a lot of countries, including in Asia and Africa and Latin America, who have remained neutral in this conflict, and they are in a better position to use back channels and quiet diplomacy to push Russia to allow to follow through with the agreement that was just brokered with the help of Turkey and the UN Secretary General to allow grain exports from Ukraine. So this is one of the things that ASEAN countries can do, maybe not all of them. And there are other countries like Brazil, South Africa, India, other African countries who should try to do the same and push Russia. I think the trip that the Indonesian president just made to Ukraine and to Russia is a good effort, despite the fact that there were probably not a lot of outcomes, positive outcomes or concrete outcomes. But I think the more we talk, or not we, you talk to Putin about the implications, because it's not the Western sanctions that prevent the grain to be exported from Ukraine. It's the Russian blockade and the Russian bombing and the blockade of the harbors in Ukraine. So this is one thing that I see ASEAN can do, and together with other countries to use quiet diplomacy and at least try to avert the humanitarian disaster that will follow if this war drags on and the next harvest of grain will not even be existent in Ukraine. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vaca. I really appreciate how Lina started us on this track, and you've pushed us further down the track on this really profound issue of, is there a role for structures that do not include certain countries that we feel to be rather, on the, not entirely a positive light. It is a very live issue for us in the Indo-Pacific, like you said, whether we include China in certain structures, whether we exclude them, whether this can be complementary. And I guess really goes deep into the issue of whether Myanmar, representatives of Myanmar, the actual political representatives of Myanmar can should be in the room or not. It's a hard question, and yeah, I actually don't know the answers to that. And but I think we'll get a further elaboration on these issues here with our discussions. Ambassador Ishii, you have 10 minutes. Please, the floor is yours, or the virtual floor. There's no floor, I suppose.
Thank you, Shariman. It's good to see you, everybody, and it's great to see Gudrun once again online. And thanks for the invitation to me for this very important conference. I like both presentations, which, as I said, covered nicely all the three guiding questions. But let me follow up Gudrun's remarks and stick to the point about Ukraine war's impact on the security situation, particularly in Asia. And then let me also go further to discuss what we should start doing now, building up on what Gudrun gave me. Can Kondo-san show the slide? I have only 2 pages slide. Don't worry, I will not pass 10 minutes. Thank you. Just show me the second page. That's it. Great. That's enough. My line of argument basically is, in short, Ukraine war has not changed the fundamental geopolitical dynamics in the Indo-Pacific. In my mind, it's rather that the Ukraine war is a kind of preview and test run of what we are going to face with in 10 to 20 years in the region. But thanks to the Ukraine war, the necessity to adopt is more clearly understood now, and speed to adopt will be more accelerated. I do take a point of Gudrun that it's war and it's still ongoing, but based upon what happened so far, this is my line of thought. First of all, what is the geopolitical dynamics we need to realize? I'll give you 2. Number 1, G3 will emerge in 10 to 15 years. Although US is still the only superpower for now, its relative supremacy has been steadily in decline, and within 10 to 15 years, GDP and defense spending of US and China will become the same level. It does sound like G2, but India will join this superpower club soon. As you know, UN predicted that next year, India's population will exceed China's. More importantly, it will keep on rising, and population bonus will continue well into 2040s, while China's population will start declining, and the aging situation in 10 to 20 years in China will be as serious as that of Japan now. By then, India's GDP will be world number 3. So the positioning of and the interaction among these 3 big powers, G3, will decide the basic direction of international affairs. Number 2, India and Indonesia will be decisive for creating global majority. Let's say we create new G7 in 2040s, G3, US, China, and India will be in, then Japan and Indonesia, which will be by then either world number 4 or number 5 economy. Then EU, if it stays united, I'm sure they will, and whether you like it or not, Russia. We need to realize Russia will not disappear after Ukraine war. And from that viewpoint as well, I support Gudrun's argument that the inclusion of Russia, not the exclusion of Russia, to those East Asia Summit and G20 is the right decision. I accept that, I agree with that. Although decline in Russia's economic power is further accelerated, it will more stick to its nuclear arsenals and never give up veto power in United Nations Security Council. So difficult, but cannot be ignored. It is likely that US, Japan, and EU will stick together. So do China and Russia, like the situation now. Then who are left in between? India and Indonesia. Where they stand will be decisive, like it is now. Next slide, please. Can we move to the next slide? It's okay, slide doesn't matter. So let me continue. Then my next point is what should we start doing now to adopt this dynamic based upon the lessons we are learning from Ukraine war? In short, we should do everything possible to make sure that deterrence will not fail in Indo-Pacific while it did in Ukraine. First, we should strengthen our own defense capability. US could not deter Russia, so that means US relative decline has become clearer. We also shouldn't be surprised if US prioritize its engagement to those who try to help themselves. Japan will come up with new strategic documents by the end of this year, and like Germany, substantial increase of defense budget is under discussion. Even NATO's standard of 2% of defense or GDP is in sight. Public support is stronger than ever, partly because of Ukraine war. Second, we should get US stay engaged in the region. Ukraine war means physical US pivoting in Indo-Pacific is postponed for now, but there are things we can do to create reasons for US stronger engagement. In micro sense, treaty allies like Japan should enhance planning efforts. If division of labor and roles and missions in crisis become clearly defined and prepared, US will feel more responsibility to fulfill. In macro sense, the best way to secure US engagement is for Asia to stay economically vibrant so that the US cannot stay away from the source of prosperity. IPEF is a good start, but we should keep pressing US to re-establish market access arrangement with us. Third, we should create closer cooperation among like-minded countries to fill the gap created by US relative decline. It is more important and urgent than ever because the above-mentioned efforts may not be enough to fill the gap. As Prime Minister Kishida made clear in his Shangri-La speech, Japan will support capacity building of maritime security organizations of those who share a strategic objective of maintaining safe and free navigation. Japan can even conclude defense system provision with countries having necessary framework already with Japan, including Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, and soon Singapore. And Europe has both interest and capability to make substantial contribution for this endeavor. The new NATO strategic concept identified China as NATO's systemic challenges for the first time. It also made it clear that security situation in Indo-Pacific will have significant impact on that of NATO allies. As Russia stays understandably as the absolute priority #1 for NATO, Ukraine war also made NATO realize that in order to deal with Russia, they may have to need to deal with China as well. Number 4, we should engage India more closely. That point was touched upon by Goodman as well. It is very important to understand why India is taking the present position in Ukraine war. We'll have quiet but extensive discussion with India to find out what we can do to do a better job next time. In recent years, Indonesia is getting closer to India. We welcome that, and we are happy to work together with Indonesia. Fifth, the last but not the least, with those in mind, we should enhance strategic communication with our biggest neighbor, China, to compete and coexist. In short, let us make diplomacy play its role once again. We have every intention to enjoy prosperity with China. As neighbors for more than 2,000 years, we know ways to compete and coexist. At the same time, we do not want to see coercion or use of force against rule-based international order. It is always good to talk so that the chance of misunderstanding and miscalculation becomes the least. This is the most crucial thing to do for the deterrence not to fail. Very last point, if I have a few more minutes, I'm sure Lina has set the stage for Myanmar issue, and I'm sure following me, more will fix Myanmar issue altogether. Let me just make a few remarks on Myanmar and ASEAN role. I think as Gudrun mentioned, in an inclusive and exclusive context, another lesson Ukraine war has raised is global governance. Big and legitimate organization, as Gudrun mentioned, like United Nations, was not effective at all. Small and less legitimate, but like-minded, I wouldn't call this exclusive, but like-minded and effective groups like G7 have made a lot of contributions. In my mind, ASEAN belongs to the second category. It is even more legitimate than G7. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I think you lost me. I was saying that ASEAN belongs to ASEAN belongs to the second category, small but effective, like-minded, and it is even more legitimate than G7, involving all the countries in the region. But it needs to improve its effectiveness. ASEAN has a history of making a leap to the next level while Indonesia is a chair, and the next year, 2023, is for that time. I hope we will see more effective and more legitimate ASEAN next year. We all need it in the region. In this regard, some development towards solution of Myanmar situation, which I'm sure more will bring about, will be a big success story we all need at this difficult time. We're happy to work together with ASEAN as we are doing now. But ASEAN is best positioned for solving this issue. 2023 may be a good opportunity for us to pull our resources together for that purpose. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rishi. From my takeaway from your presentation is simply that there is a role for all kinds of arrangements. We don't necessarily have to have just stick with an all-inclusive regional effort. There are roles for bilateral sort of arrangements. There are roles for more multilateral efforts. Like-minded countries, like you said. So I really appreciate that view of yours. And now we go to Mo. Mo, you have as Ambassador Ishii said, you are supposed to fix Myanmar. So Mo Fixes Myanmar is a very good title for your next book, actually, I think. Even if it's a bit on the humorous side, but I must also say that Mo has always been very insightful on her nation, and look forward to your presentation. Mo, 10 minutes, please.
Shariman, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone tuning into this important conference that GRIPS-RSIS and CSIS Indonesia are jointly organizing, and I really appreciate the opportunity that the organizers have given me to share my thoughts and views. Shariman, don't get me into more trouble than I'm already in. I think I wouldn't be sitting here if I could really fix what's happening in Myanmar. I mean, basically, there's no quick fix, as we know, and I think that has been clearly, amply highlighted by Lena's very important and insightful update on the situation. The executions that started off this week of the unrelentingly bleak situation in Myanmar only signal that we're all in this for the long run. If we really want to help the people of Myanmar, we are all in this for the long run, and I'll explain why. In the time that I have, I'd like to kind of focus the points I have, or the responses I have to Lena's update and presentation, and also a bit linking it to Dr. Gudrun Vaka's observations on the Ukraine crisis, and attempting also to maybe respond to Ambassador Masa's insights, looking at regional dynamics in this context of open and inclusive regionalism. I'll go through it in three main points. So the first main point I'd like to discuss is the similarities and differences between the war in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the ongoing crisis in Myanmar. Now, Dr. Gudrun made this very interesting observation that what's happening in Ukraine is not a crisis, it's a war. Let me just, refer audiences here this afternoon to an observation that the UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Myanmar, Tom Andrews, has made about the situation in Myanmar. I think Tom Andrews stated somewhere that the junta is at war with Myanmar. So we're really looking at an entity that purports to protect and safeguard the security of the country and the people, but which in reality, as we have seen now, is really unleashing war situation on people in the country. So with that, I think the way that then the Ukraine crisis, the war in Ukraine and the political crisis that has now multifaceted dimensions and implications in Myanmar, it's clear enough, I think, for ASEAN and also for the broader international community to really pinpoint on the territorial sovereignty, the violation of territorial sovereignty and integrity that Russia's invasion of Ukraine really made very clear. And of course, then the response to that violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty is something that would also shape and frame responses individually or collectively at different multilateral regional tables. The situation, the crisis, the conflict that's happening in Myanmar, I think is viewed still largely as something that was more of an internal development. But of course now, especially as the aftermath of the 2021 coup wears on, it is now pointing to much more serious regional security implications. And I think it's no news that the Myanmar people largely view the 2021 military coup in the lens of the military acting as an invader and treating it as such. And that also, I think, has resonance with what I mentioned about Tom Andrews saying that the junta is at war with Myanmar. So again, we look at the international response, especially the European Union members' response to the Ukraine crisis. And I think, people in Myanmar, when this erupted, I think, of course, the sympathies, the kind of sympathies that resonated were with the people of Ukraine. And I think the resistance movement, broader populists in Myanmar were following what was happening in Ukraine with interest, comparing it with, say, what has been international and closer to home regional responses to the Myanmar crisis. So I think here, of course, is that I think we also need to be mindful of this reality that the international community does attribute primary responsibility and competency to ASEAN to somehow address, deal, and manage what is happening in Myanmar since the coup last year. And I think that reality is causing more cynical attitudes among the broader Myanmar populace, maybe even in the resistance movement. And this is something that is a kind of like a point of caution for me, because with this kind of increase in cynical attitudes towards what international and regional responses and interventions can do for a country where I think people's resilience is now crumbling daily, also points to, I think, an eroding loss of maybe any remaining faith in a rules-based order. So I think, this is something that we probably need to bear in mind when we look at the Myanmar crisis and the Ukraine crisis in this current context of the global situation. Clearly, Senior General Min Aung Hlaing and his State Administration Council are not playing by the rules, whereas we are all trying to set the rules, enforce the rules, talk about the rules, and remind remind the military in Myanmar about the importance of a rules-based order. So I think that's one broad discussion point I have. The second discussion point I have links to Lina's update on the executions and the projected elections in 2023. Now the executions, they are the first judicial killings to take place in Myanmar in over 3 decades. And so this is something that this military regime, this military junta has done that previous regimes and juntas have not. And so, one has to wonder, is this salvo by the State Administration Council clearly, of course, targeted towards the resistance in Myanmar and to the broader international and regional community? Is this just the beginning? There are still over 100 prisoners who have been meted out with death sentences, still detained in prisons, and more are being arrested. I have been hearing news from the ground that the women prisoners who have received death sentences are being moved collectively to a separate location. And all of this really points to the whole notion of human security, and then how regional responses and interventions can try to find ways in these cracks. And at the same time, Lina has so this is one point about the sheer doggedness of the State Administration Council trying to pursue its own very narrow objectives. Lina has also highlighted that the State Administration Council is adamant in pursuing its professed roadmap towards these projected elections in 2023. I think, again, this audience is not unfamiliar with the interest that the Myanmar military has to somehow seek to replicate the kind of quote unquote guided transition that the previous military regime, the State Peace and Development Council, tried to do in 2010. But 2022 is not 2010, and the State Administration Council has clearly shown itself that it is much more ruthless in asserting and entrenching its power at all costs, even at the cost of using the lives of people in Myanmar as bargaining chips. So it's becoming much more clearer. And I think this is another important reality we need to be aware of. On Monday, I was moderating a webinar on human rights in Myanmar before and after the coup. The speaker really emphasized the point about looking at this, the way we view it, the way we frame it. And he exhorted people analyzing the Myanmar crisis to not treat or view the SAC as a political actor or only as a political actor, but to really see it as and view it and thereby accept that it is the unaccountable, unreformed, violent institution that it is, if we are trying to find a way to somehow unlocking this very very intractable crisis situation that we are seeing. So I think, and when we talk about this, when we talk about attitudes on the ground, it really has come to the point where the Myanmar people who have been highlighting that the military must exit politics, give up its veto role, so to speak, as the predominant, privileged political actor in the country, is something that post 2010, we've seen that going through this via a peace process with ethnic armed groups and so on, that somehow seems not to have worked. And now the current reality probably is pointing to the fact that can we even think about achieving this through what will clearly be orchestrated and not free and fair elections. So that brings me to my third and last point. What can ASEAN do? And I think here, the points that the previous speakers have raised about leverages are very important, especially if we are also going to be engaging with +X, ASEAN's dialogue partners, important members of the international community in this effort, because there are also sentiments on the ground in Myanmar that ASEAN's response alone, with ASEAN leading it, managing it, coordinating it, is kind of like drifting. And while they look forward with hope and anticipation to Indonesia's chairmanship in 2023, there's also this concern that Lena has also highlighted very eloquently. 5-point consensus, and so what? Is it a framework? And what more teeth or what more bite does the 5-point consensus need? And we are also hearing some voices from ASEAN policy makers to this effect right now, this week. And I think here it's important, whatever ASEAN does, also working on these leverages internally, as well as with our international external interlocutors, we need to consistently highlight the high cost and low returns of engaging solely and exclusively with the military junta. And at the same time, bearing in mind Dr. Gudrun's excellent point about keeping the issue alive, means we also need to make that high cost, low return a much higher cost for the SAC's legitimacy assertions. I know there are calls now for maybe expanding that non-political representative disinvite condition to all ministerial meetings in ASEAN. Right now it's at the political level, the sectoral levels are still going on. But what do we do? Or if the principle of inclusion and talking about the problem is better than isolation, and then kind of like provoking even more recalcitrant and reprehensible reactions from the military in Myanmar, then how do we make it also higher cost for the SAC at either the regional or the international table, keeping that issue alive in the same way that ASEAN kept the issue of Myanmar's democratic transition alive over the years 2003 right up to 2012, 2015, on the agenda of each of the ASEAN meetings, such that whoever sits in the Myanmar seat represents Myanmar has to give updates and answers on the situation and how it is being addressed, and field difficult questions. I think that's another important consideration. But then again, we do not have institutions, we do not have institutionalized steps to do this. And I'm reminded about what one of the speakers said in the first session. We can start probably processes that maybe later can become institutionalized. But I think the Myanmar tragedy presents a very important window for ASEAN to really push forward with how do we highlight this high cost, low return of engaging with one sole actor and seeing it solely as a political actor. So I think, I think we also need to do that. We need to, I think, also talk to the various members of the resistance movement in Myanmar on the kind of narratives that are going on. We need to also, I think, help these different fragmented narratives find a cohesive point that looks to the way forward rather than reiterating truths that we all know. And of course, the main objective here is to help the people of Myanmar. So at this point in time, I think bringing people around the table, is it possible? Or should we start looking at, what Lena has said step by step? Should we start looking at trying to get people to talk about the talks? And trying to talk to people to talk about the talks means we are really looking at this now as not an overnight solution, not something that ASEAN can say we did something and move on, but really a long-term commitment from the regional grouping to a member country whose people are in need. And of course, the interim period will need, I think, considerations of interim arrangements to help bring back stability to Myanmar, particularly in its governance and in its ability to participate in regional discussions. I'm sorry that I've gone over time, and I thank you, Shariman, for being patient, for letting me talk on. But it's my country. It's people in my country, and I just need to talk.
Sorry.
One does not interrupt someone who is speaking so eloquently and profoundly about the issues. So we'll have about half an hour of our discussion here among the panelists. I assume that this is also open to the other participants, not necessarily the ones sending in questions from Q&A, but those who are connected here on Zoom. But can I just start with going back to Lina? Lina, if you can perhaps expand a bit on your points about ASEAN Plus X, and also your points about the mental blocks, right? That a lot of dialogue partners are more interested in stability, and also that they do not want to undermine ASEAN's efforts. Given the dire situation in Myanmar, given how it's become seemingly so intractable, given that, as you have noted, that opinions have become so polarized, it's very difficult to find people in the middle anymore. I mean, how could you find some people in the middle in this situation? Is there at all any prospect for any dialogue partner to play any constructive role at all? Because perhaps like what people like Bilahari has been saying, maybe the dialogue partners simply do not want to play a role. That they just want to push it to ASEAN and say, this is your problem. We just want to do the minimum. It's like a relegation of your responsibility. Can you perhaps expand a bit on those issues, Lina?
Okay, thank you, Shariman. Thank you especially to Ambassador Shi and also Amu for giving some inputs, very excellent inputs, I think, to my presentation earlier. I think the first question from Shariman is about the ASEAN plus X mechanism. I think to put it simply, it's basically ASEAN plus dialogue partners who actually have the real stakes to the Myanmar crisis. Obviously, I think for economic reasons, trade reasons, that they want to see a kind of a stability to be at place in Myanmar. Well, the thing is, of course, the original idea is to have ASEAN as the spearhead, while the dialogue partners being told to some extent by ASEAN, okay, we need this and that kind of support from the dialogue partners, to put it simply like that. But as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, ASEAN is so much divided. This kind of ASEAN plus X mechanism can work if ASEAN has one say. What do they want to happen in Myanmar? So the 5-point consensus basically, well, ideally in the beginning, we thought this is a kind of a firm standpoint and a kind of objectives or goals that ASEAN want to pursue to happen in Myanmar. But, well, I must say, sadly, that it remains just a document now. That ASEAN wants to see the end of violence, the cessation of violence, the delivery of humanitarian assistance, and some kind of a facilitation effort of dialogue in Myanmar. But in terms of implementation, in terms of action, we do not see a kind of a clear strategy and operationalization on how ASEAN can push for those 3 conditions to happen in Myanmar, unfortunately, until now. So I must say that the real problem is really ASEAN, not the dialogue partners. Although we hope, of course, key dialogue partners, they certainly have the states in Myanmar, like China, Japan, definitely, I mean, like at least China, Japan, and one of ASEAN countries which is bordering with Myanmar, which is Thailand, definitely. So I think, again, I don't know how to start because all the blame should be put on ASEAN, to be honest. They should be the one to kickstart the whole process. Whether we like it or not, compared to the other special envoy, for example, only the ASEAN special envoy can actually explore some access. And Cambodia, to some extent, of course, they enter into the country, but also in my presentation earlier, I criticized a lot because the way they move inside the country, when they can enter, whom they can talk with, they can engage with, is always defined and determined by the junta, which is not something ASEAN envisioned in the beginning. So on that note, I think I would like to put emphasis also, and I think more specifically also Ambassador Ishii also mentioned about the chairmanship next year, which is Indonesia. And a lot of expectation. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, we had a closed door interaction with some of the key stakeholders in Myanmar, in Jakarta. And then from that discussion, we really learned that they have very, very, very high expectations on Indonesia next year. And internally, we in CSIS actually would like to propose reminding especially our government about our proposal from the very beginning, and more also involved in this process, and Ambassador Ong to some extent as well, that we propose for an establishment of an ASEAN mission on Myanmar, which more mentioned about a kind of institutionalization of the process. And at least I know a lot of people actually put their skepticism on whether we can create this kind of an office, maybe not a mission, ASEAN office on Myanmar, something like that. But at least Indonesia should be able to start the process by, for example, changing the term of Chair Special Envoy into ASEAN Special Envoy on Myanmar. So the Special Envoy's term will not follow the rotating term of the chair. And Indonesia can definitely take up this opportunity next year. So Indonesia will need to introduce its Special Envoy and create and institutionalize that this is not the Chair Special Envoy. It's going to be the ASEAN Special Envoy on Myanmar. And that will be the starting of the process toward this institutionalization of a kind of office, whatever, the whole process in dealing with the Myanmar crisis. By then, I think the dialogue partners will be interested to help to throw their support to ASEAN. Without that, I think if I'm a dialogue partner, I will definitely ask, what do you want me to do? If I take the all initiative, then ASEAN will be disturbed, as I mentioned earlier. So these dialogue partners have certain interests, they want to intervene into ASEAN internal affairs. This is not something that ASEAN would like to do, would like to see, of course. So it has to start with ASEAN first. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult. And I would like to highlight what Mo mentioned earlier about how to make a higher cost for SAC, which is to send the message that what SAC is doing is not acceptable at all for everyone, especially for ASEAN. So I think, again, this is going back to ASEAN, to Indonesian chairmanship next year. Because I mentioned earlier, for example, that it is not enough for ASEAN to only issue the standpoint that ASEAN will not invite any political representative from Myanmar. It's not enough. We need to put a higher cost on that, definitely. Because it has been watered down, as I mentioned earlier. It has been watered down so much. You see here and there in all ASEAN meetings, a lot of ASEAN meetings, I mean, that SAC representatives still attending. ASEAN needs to come up with a more full-fledged strategy on how to put a higher cost for SAC. So I think I'll stop there first. Thank you.
Thanks, Lina. I've got hands up from Mr. Ishii and Mr. Iimura and Dr. Waka. I'll definitely go to you. But if I may be so bold as to ask Ambassador Ong, because Lina mentioned about how Indonesia is under a lot of pressure, for its chairmanship next year. I just, someone who's actually run the secretariat, someone who's been involved in the whole process, can I ask Ambassador Ong, what are what is the scope of an ASEAN chair actually in practical terms? How much can it do? What what are the limits to what an ASEAN chair can do? Because it sounds like a big thing, but I hear different things about an ASEAN chair. Sometimes they say, oh, it's severely limited. We have to follow the consensus. But in some cases, a chair can make something greater happen on its own. I mean, is it something you can help help us understand, Ambassador Ong?
Well, thank you, Shariman.
Yeah.
I hope all of you can hear me. Well, it is true that ASEAN chair is basically by rotation, and the chair's role is one of coordination, one of making sure that whatever the group has decided has been carried out. The performance of the people involved will be reported to the ASEAN leaders to decide whether the decision of theirs have been implemented or otherwise. So, to put it simply, the ASEAN chair is not a powerful player in the ASEAN family. It is basically, if you like, we use this word called the class monitor, or the class prefect. In our schools, we have a prefect. In each of our classes, it ensures that discipline is followed, things are carried out according to the rules, and the prefect will help the class teacher to make sure things are organized according to what is expected by the school authorities. However, over the years, different ASEAN chairs have shown ingenuity and innovation in managing the tasks assigned to them. So you can't say no if you are rotated to be the next chair. But what can you do during your chairmanship? You can try to find some solution to a pressing problem. Right now, there is a pressing problem in ASEAN, which is the situation in Myanmar. And I think it is good for the ASEAN chair to find what I call innovative way, not to break any of the convention or the rules as we have practiced in the organization over the past 50 years, but to seize on the situation to improvise certain, what I call expediency moves. So here in this case, I heard just now someone was mentioning about abandoning the 5-point consensus. And because the 5-point consensus has not brought about any good constructive result going forward. And in fact, the Myanmar State Administration Council has executed a few of the protesters they arrested earlier. I want to stress two things here, Shariman, if I can. One is that ASEAN is a rules-based body. We make a great deal on this. And it's not just political hay that we are trying to make, but going forward with the ASEAN community and earlier with the ASEAN Charter, we make a big deal out of this idea of a rules-based organization resting on rules-based actions. So the ASEAN Special Envoy has been appointed by the ASEAN leaders, and this is based on the ASEAN Chairman of the year. So I heard just now a suggestion that maybe we can make a special exception and not just go by the chairmanship's rotation. It may be possible, but the argument must be made that it goes back to the basic, what they call premise of having this ASEAN chair. It is basically to make the organization more efficient. So now the chair's position is not coming out as expected with regard to the Myanmar crisis. So what can we do? So perhaps, as Lina has suggested, we go for an ASEAN Special Envoy. But it doesn't mean that this will solve the problem. A clever guy like Singapore will say, okay, you have an ASEAN Special Envoy, in fact, instead of an ASEAN envoy based on the rotation of the chairmanship. how can we ensure that the ASEAN Special Envoy will be more effective than the other earlier model, right? So what is important for us, those of us who are genuinely concerned about the situation in Myanmar, and for me, I'm concerned about the future of our own organization called ASEAN. We go back to the basic argument. We are a rules-based body. Yeah. Now we have made a decision among all the ASEAN leaders, including the man who was at that time in charge of Myanmar, and there is a 5-point consensus, and this is called an ASEAN agreement. An ASEAN agreement has not been followed, so we have to take specific action. What is it now? Yeah, we go beyond that. The ASEAN leaders should be given a proposition that since the 5-point consensus has not been followed, the next step, since ASEAN leaders are given 2 years or 3 years to have this carry out, and nothing has happened, so we go forward and say an ASEAN agreement is now no longer followed by the party concerned. We take the next step. Somebody will argue that in the ASEAN Charter, there is nothing provided to deal with any errant ASEAN member state. But in this case, an ASEAN agreement, although it's an informal kind of agreement, not the kind of treaty or free trade agreement that we sign, it is an ASEAN agreement because all 10 of them agreed to it. You have not followed this 5-point consensus, therefore, Myanmar, you have now to take the consequences of your misconduct, whatever you call it. And now we have to ask you to either shape up or be shipped out. So this must be very clear. Yeah? By giving this kind of ultimatum, we would demonstrate to our ASEAN dialogue partners, including the European Union, China, India, anybody, that we are meaning to execute a serious process going forward. For me, the 2 ASEAN dialogue partners which are critically important in Myanmar are India and China. Why? Not because they have the firepower, but they have the geography to worry about. India is worried about its problem in the northeastern states. China is worried about its problem in the southwestern border area. Right? So it is no longer a firepower situation, having the nuclear capability to blow out anything that they don't like. But it is now a very practical, realistic, geographical situation. If they get involved, then I think there is significantly different pressure on the SAC. Number one. Number two, ASEAN leaders will also have to say, we have an agreement here, 5-point consensus, and not have been followed. It has not been followed. So what do we do? If you don't shape up, you will be shipped out. And then we can organize a serious process of how do we further this threat by making sure that we follow the rules in the charter as well as in practice. So the bottom line, Shariman, is that we do not know whether this will work. But my suggestion here is that we go back to the basic. The basic is that we follow our long-held principle, follow the rules, or in Singapore we say follow the law. The rules are like that in ASEAN, and now the charter says in case there is any issue, the leaders in the summit can come together and decide what is best for ASEAN organization and make the next step. If we do it this way, we don't even have to say it follow that there must be a decision to block ASEAN or to block Myanmar or to expel Myanmar. The message is very clear that we are going to follow this differently, do this differently, and all ASEAN dialogue partners, especially the 2 guys most immediate to Myanmar, will have to do some action. At least let's try that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ong. Ambassador Ishii, please. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long.
No, it's okay. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me first apologize to Mo for my bad joke. But I think Dina and you really framed the questions and solved part of, fixed part of it. So some part of that. So I appreciate that very much. With that, I have a few quick comments. in short, I think we need 2 or 3 different tracks to deal with Myanmar issue. And I'm sure this approach has been discussed in many places. First is obviously ASEAN, right? ASEAN is in the center, is best situated for solving this question. And in that regard, I'm attracted by Mo's suggestion to create a regular session to solely deal with Myanmar. Because I happen to be part of these sessions in the past. It used to be like that, and it's, they just give a regular explanation, but his Myanmarese representative was a good friend of mine. And he told me that it's a shame, it's a pressure, it's tension. So I think you need to do that, and it shouldn't be too difficult. Rather than excluding them, whatever level of the participation, just include them and let them talk. Put the pressure on them. I think that should be the approach. If they refuse to be present, be it, but you give opportunity to them to make their own cases. I think that should be the next approach taken by ASEAN. Second track is what I call a good cup, bad cup approach, or you may call it a friend of Myanmar, group of regional countries who have some interest and intention to get engaged. They may put the pressure from outside. They may become a base for future arrangement, because as Ambassador Ong mentioned, this is a regional issue. This is not a country issue. This is a regional issue of regional dimension. So the member can be like United States, European Union, China, obviously, Japan, I hope, and India, Bangladesh, and ASEAN chair. This makes 7. And Russia is no longer should not be part of it, I think, because their influence is quite limited anyway. So I think these 7 countries, their opinions, positions different. So this may be a nice mixture. And that's second track. Third track is completely behind the scene. As you all know, some partner countries like Japan is sometimes, there are issues every day, right? You need to fix it quietly behind the scene, taking into consideration not only the people's view, but also junta's viewpoint. So I think this fixer, or sometimes putting pressure, that role has to be assumed by somebody behind the scene. China can be it, India can be it, as Ambassador Ong mentioned, not in a group, not in an organized way, but you need to have a separate approach from behind the scene. Sometimes you need to twist their arms, because they just climb the tree by themselves. The view from there is beautiful, right? So they need to have some reason to get down from the tree. So I think we need to create the reason, whether it's too much wind is blowing, or too attractive proposal is down on the soil, and so on and so forth. But with that in mind, my last point is, at the end of the day, if you want to become serious about a solution, you need to understand the real need of junta as well. What is a minimum assurance they need to get down of the tree, so to speak? I think we need to always bear that in mind. I'm not talking about it from the outset, but I think you always have to bear that in mind if you become really serious and very close to the final solution. Sorry, that's it.
No, that's excellent. So, Ambassador Iimura, thank you.
Yes, Shariman, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to ask 2 questions to Dr. Vaka regarding war in Ukraine. The first one is regarding European attitudes toward Indo-Pacific cooperation. In the past already 3 years, European countries, namely Germany, England, I don't know whether you still call it European country, England, but nevertheless, it belongs to Europe. And Dutch also came out with their own proposal, European Union, and I think two others, in addition to the United States, which came up earlier with their free and open Indo-Pacific, and Japan already 2016. We discussed about it during the first session. Dr. Waka was not there, unfortunately. We had a very interesting discussion. And what my question is, why European countries started to come up with their own ideas on the future Indo-Pacific cooperation and also on the AOIP. Now you have the worst serious problem since probably not since the end of the Cold War, maybe since the end of Second World War. So my question is whether the war in which you are deeply involved is it distracting your attention from Indo-Pacific Ocean, which is very serious for us because with the presence of European countries, engagement of European countries in the Pacific, I think that would work much better for the peace and stability in the region. So this is my first question. And by the way, Chinese, this was a topic that we discussed this morning as well. Chinese, for the first time, China did not want to talk about the AOIP since the ASEAN proposed this idea. But for the first time, last November, as Ambassador Keng mentioned, in November, in the joint statement of ASEAN China Special Summit, China jointly with ASEAN countries reaffirmed the principles of the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. This is the first time that we see this kind of official statement. Then this morning, yesterday morning, maybe more precisely this morning, at the end of the visit of President Jokowi to China, they came out with joint press statement on this bilateral meeting, and China went further. If you compare with the previous statement of the last year, Chinese and the Indonesian president said that both sides will promote mutually beneficial cooperation between the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific and BRI, Broad and what I forgot, anyhow, China's initiative, as well as promote collaboration of the GDI key areas, GDI meaning Global Development Initiative. This is Chinese initiative, and AOIP's priority areas, contributing to the implementation of the AOIP. That means, I think, Chinese are ready to contribute to the implementation of AOIP in their own way. But anyhow, they are ready to talk. This is a new, I guess, new phenomenon. And meanwhile, if Europeans are no longer there, that would disadvantage us, Japanese, ASEAN, and also the Americans, and also Arians. So I just would like to ask you how you see Europeans' interest currently prevailing in the AOIP? That is my first question. And second question is regarding war itself. Now it seems that war is taking appearance of war of attrition, unfortunately, and it is more protracted than initially predicted. And now, but sooner or later, European countries, NATO countries, and also Russians, they have to envisage the end of the war. And the question is how to end the war. And of course, the most important is how President Zelensky and the Ukrainians feel about the future shape of the end of the war. My question here is how, whether even discreetly or among the thinkers, are you starting, have you started to discuss about how you envisage the end of the war, which is, I think, important because that will lead to future shape of European security structure. And if I may say, I'm just outsider, so I may be wrong, but if I may say, what was constructed after the post-Cold War was not actually accepted by the Russians deep inside their heart, in their mind. I read interviews, a collection of interviews by President Putin, which was published 2020, and he expressed in this interview his disappointment with how the Cold War was end and how the security structure post-Cold War was constructed. I think he had a very strong resentment for many years, and I think he took the chance to revenge. This is my impression. But now, I think if you sooner or later, when you end the war, you probably may have to take into account the security interests of the Russia. That would be, as you said, it should be inclusive security. Already, I think, toward the end of last year, before the war started, the NATO and the Americans, they exchanged papers with Russians regarding future security structure, but it is no longer valid. Now the war is engaged. But nevertheless, once you try to find out how to take into account Russian security interests. So my question is how you envisage the end of the Ukrainian war. Those are two questions. If you enlighten me on those 2 points, I'll be very happy.
Dr. Wacker, I'm sorry to impose this on you. Please answer in short dot points so that we can go to the other things. Also, there is a question from the audience. Does Europe expect, while we are here, does Europe expect any Asian contribution, presence, or attention to the war in Ukraine? Is Europe doing certain efforts to attract better support from Asian countries to their cause? By Wafa Charisma, most charismatic name, I must say. Dr. Gudrun.
Okay, let me start by first saying a little bit, although I know almost nothing about Myanmar. What I said about the G20 meeting, I think it was very important that Indonesia also invited Zelensky to speak, right? So this is about, striking a certain balance. Otherwise, it would have been less acceptable, I think, for Western countries, the whole setting. So I made this point that it was correct to invite Russia, but there was a counterbalance, so to speak, by inviting Zelensky to address the G20 foreign ministers. So this is one thing. Agency for Ukraine is very important. And the other thing I wanted to say about Myanmar, if you look at how most conflicts are solved, they are not solved by organizations. They are solved by the initiative of certain countries. Look at well, it's probably not a good example because not successful, but the JCPOA, it was the European three big countries at the time, UK, France, Germany. So you have this kind of variable geometries where certain countries that share an interest come together and basically they get a mandate. For example, in our case from the EU, or in your case, they might get a mandate from ASEAN to pursue trying, to exhaust their diplomatic means to bring about a new approach to the Myanmar issue. So I think this idea of including certain ASEAN countries and some partners of ASEAN is probably a promising one. Now on Ambassador Iimura's question. First, I want to say something about China and the AOIP. My experience is the same. I mean, there is a lot of literature in China against the whole concept of the Indo-Pacific, but I think they have accepted that this concept will not go away. And also that the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific makes it more acceptable to China in a way, because it's not the exclusive approach that the US, despite what the rhetoric says, is pursuing. So my experience was the same at the last EEP meeting, that China was talking about not only the Global Development Initiative, but also the Global Security Initiative being sort of, compatible, make it compatible with the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So there seems to have been a change of mind in a way to accept the Indo-Pacific, but then also try to water it down in a way. And I have to say, for the Europeans or some European countries, the ASEAN outlook was also a trigger to pursue our own Indo-Pacific concepts, because for Germany, the American and the Japanese free and open Indo-Pacific and the Australian concept were probably too confrontational vis-a-vis China, but the ASEAN outlook made it more, digestible from the European perspective, because the approach is an inclusive one. And this is true for the German, the Netherlands, Dutch approach. Also, Italy has now come out with an Indo-Pacific thing. The UK is probably most on the line of the US. Not surprisingly, but we still consider the UK a European country. So when it comes to the implications of the Ukraine war, I think it's not a distraction, but it will bind some of the resources that were earmarked for the Indo-Pacific. For example, there is this European Peace Facility, which is for capacity building, and a lot of it was earmarked for the Indo-Pacific, but now this is almost exclusively devoted to supporting Ukraine militarily. For the next 2 years, the budget is simply eaten up. But I think in terms of diplomatic efforts and also some limited military efforts. We still see that the European Union is very engaged with the Indo-Pacific. There was this first summit meeting in France. This was before the war started, but it will be continued. Our foreign minister has been to the South Pacific. I don't think that's the most brilliant idea to focus on the South Pacific. For Germany, we should seek a division of labor with Australia and New Zealand on that. But the diplomatic efforts are there, and I think it's because the Europeans are connecting the dots, just like Ambassador Ishii did before, saying the behavior of Russia we see now. We already see not stepping over the red lines, but scratching the red lines and extending them in the case of China. So if we have to take a firmer stand also on China and try to raise the costs for this kind of behavior. So in the hope that deterrence will work in the region. Actually, just yesterday, it was announced that the German Air Force will participate in the pitch black exercise in Australia this year, which I personally did not expect because of, our military is already stretched very thin. So yes, it will distract some real resources, but I think on the diplomatic level and also in a way from the European Union on the capacity building, there will be efforts going into the Indo-Pacific because the strategic importance of the Indo-Pacific has not changed. The trends are still clear in terms of, economic and strategic significance of the Indo-Pacific. On your second question on the end of the war, I can only quote Moi, who said, if I had a solution, I wouldn't be sitting here. Of course, we're thinking about it, but it's a very controversial issue. And the European Union is divided on that. And even within Germany, we have big debates. What kind of end of the war can we expect? For the time being, NATO is not willing to accept Ukraine as a member. Then there is the question of Ukraine agency. Zelensky will have a big say. What would be acceptable for the Ukrainian people? The millions of refugees that are now in other parts of Europe, they want to go home. They don't want to stay here. They want to go home, but they come back to a destroyed country. So, yes, at my institute, for example, we're thinking a lot about how this new order could look like, but we don't have it. And it needs two to tango. And also we have to keep in mind that, for example, the Eastern European countries, especially the Baltic countries, they are not willing to pursue any inclusive approach with Russia because their reason to join NATO in the first place was because of the threat they were still seeing from Russia. I agree that Russia was not happy from the beginning with this whole post-Cold War order that emerged. That's why I said it was sort of an auxiliary construct to have this NATO-Russia Council. But for the time being, what I see is a more exclusive and more confrontational approach than in the past, because our efforts to engage Russia, Germany had a partnership for modernization, it all failed in the end. And it failed because obviously Putin is pursuing the dream that the Soviet Empire can somehow be resurrected. And this is not acceptable. And if Ukraine falls, this will not be the end. There are other countries on the menu of Putin. And so, you know, this is the thinking I would say is dominating in Europe at the moment. There might be countries who are not interested very much in the whole issue, except what it means for the citizens, like triple energy prices, etc. But if it comes to a new security order, and I would admit that we have made mistakes in the past, especially the US, but also my country. But our approach to engage Russia to create economic interdependency has failed. And I think this is also something that Asian countries have to think about. We used to consider economic interdependence as a stabilizing factor in international politics. And it turns out it can be turned into the opposite if you're willing to weaponize it. And Russia is not the first country to do that. There was a question from the audience. I think I tried to address that in my first input already, that I think that what ASEAN countries can do, I mean, before the vote in the General Assembly, I think all Western countries, the Europeans, lobbied very hard all around the world. Otherwise, we would not have gotten 140 votes in the General Assembly condemning Russia. So these efforts are still going on to enlist other countries, but I think in a way we are unrealistic because we expect that everybody who is not blind has to see that this is Russia's behavior is setting a precedent, a very dangerous precedent. But in the majority of countries in the world, from their perspective, the US has done this 100 times and got away with it. And this is something that we have to understand in Europe, that we are not representing the majority of countries. And if I look at India, it's very strikingly similar position that China has. I mean, if there weren't the bilateral conflict between China and India, they would almost be in total agreement on the Russian behavior. So this is a reality that we have to understand. So we have to come up and also fight against this narrative, the Russian narrative, which seems to be very dominant, that it's all the West's and NATO's and the US fault, that this is a proxy war, that it's the Western sanctions that prevent the grain from being exported from Ukraine. We have to counter this kind of misinformation. This is very important, including in ASEAN countries. And here, I think that this is also something for ASEAN to think about, how to educate people better in recognizing misinformation and narratives that are simply false. I don't say ours is 100% correct. There is hypocrisy, there are double standards, but there are still facts. And the fact is that it's not our fault that grain is not exported from Ukraine, for example. Sorry to be so long, but I'm also very passionate about it.
Yes, that's great. Andrew, if you could take about a couple of minutes, and then we'll go to the speakers, back to the speakers, and maybe the discussions if we have time. Yeah, Andrew, thank you, Andrew.
Can you hear my voice?
Fantastic voice, Andrew. Go ahead.
Just a follow-up to Ambassador Ong's remarks on, emphasizing that ASEAN indeed is a rule-based sort of organization. So, given the fact that Myanmar has apparently not complied to the 5-point of consensus made by ASEAN. What crossed to my mind is probably this is already the time when the leaders has to gather again to have another consensus on 5-point consensus, just to evaluate whether Myanmar has complied and just to evaluate whether the 5-point consensus has been effective and has been well implemented in ASEAN. And the likely result of the consensus, objectively speaking, would be more or less that Myanmar has not complied. So if we follow that organizational logic, what ASEAN needs today is another consensus of the 5-point consensus. And I think this will highlight at least 2 extreme points. The first is we should wonder how likely another consensus would be on the 5-point consensus, given the different perspective that ASEAN leaders have now on the ongoing crisis in Myanmar. Take, for example, Cambodia's perspective on the conflict. I think there are already some tendency from the Cambodia to reinvite Myanmar to the ASEAN meetings. That's one. And the second is it also highlights the limited institutional capacity that ASEAN has. So let's say we agree that Myanmar does not comply, and what would be the next mechanism to enforce that? Could we think now some scenarios from mild sanctions to a very extreme sanctions, such as expelling Myanmar from ASEAN membership? And that would be my short hypothetical questions to the table. If Ambassador Ong or probably another panelist can address, I would be very thankful.
Yeah, Andrew, thanks very much, Andrew. And for those who have not actually heard Andrew sing before this, your life is incomplete. He does generally have a good voice. Lena, if you can, also do a couple of minutes so that we can. I'm sorry, Ambassador Ong, we'll probably need you to write an article to answer Andrew's question, so we'll leave it later. But Lena, please.
Thank you, Sheriman. And just 3 quick points. The first, I totally agree with Ambassador Ong that the chair should come up with innovative ways to be able to deal with this Myanmar crisis, which is going to be a long-run process, as Mo mentioned. But I just want to emphasize that, of course, we all know that 1-year term of chairmanship is not long. Not much can be done. But I think it is enough to create some basis for a long-term approach for Myanmar crisis. At least I think ASEAN chair, although Ambassador Ong mentioned the chair is a kind of coordinator, head of the class, things like that. But I think chair has an important role, at least to remind that ASEAN has principles, that ASEAN has rules to obey. And the chair will need to guide all members to act consequently after reminding that ASEAN has principles to obey. And chair will definitely have a role to shape the agenda, to set the priorities. And in this case, I think this is very important to be able to bring ASEAN to be able to deal with the Myanmar crisis. But again, of course, it depends on whether it has the political willingness to do so. Second, I think responding to the proposal from Ambassador Ishii on the different tracks to deal with Myanmar crisis, I definitely agree. But again, the big question is really who should take the lead? Whether it is ASEAN track, whether it's a good cop, bad cop approach, who should take the lead? And the third point, I think, responding to Dr. Wecker input, I think this is really important and something that we can really think seriously to give mandate to the so-called like-minded countries, for example. And I think for the past few months, we have been discussing also about whether a troika mechanism is possible. But with troika mechanism, what at least we in CSI are thinking is not a kind of a core envoy system, but rather we still have one special envoy, but then maybe create a structure with deputies, something like that, to support the work of the envoy. Meaning that this structure is actually comprising of these like-minded countries. Maybe I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Shariman.
Awesome. Alina, Dr. Waka, back to you if you have anything to say in a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Well, if these are the concluding remarks, so to speak, I only want to make 2 comments. One is, I think, on Ukraine, what really, well, there can be a contribution from ASEAN countries and other Asian countries as well, is to try to avoid the humanitarian catastrophe that is looming due to rising food prices. I mean, people dying of hunger is really unacceptable, I think. And, you know, this is all due, we live in this globalized world. So you can say the conflict is far away, but the implications and repercussions can be felt in every country. That depends either on food imports, grain imports, or energy imports, or fertilizer imports, or whatever. So I think the efforts, diplomatic efforts from your region can go into this. And then another thing that is very important from my perspective is that we have to prevent, if possible, that our response to the energy prices, the rising energy prices, our response will undermine the efforts to fight climate change. Because I think we really live in a world where our planet is at stake. And you know, and we have to make every effort. And I see that now everywhere it's discussed to go back to coal-fired plants, etc., to make up for the shortages in gas and also rising energy prices in general. And I think this is something we have to keep in mind. And if at all possible, we have to avoid that our responses will undermine the efforts to save this planet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waka. Useful reminder of the common challenges that we face. Ambassador Ishii, if you could go for a bit, yeah.
Thank you. It's been a fun. And just repeat what I said. Most important thing is to make sure deterrence will not fail in our part of the world. For that, you need to have to do 2. 1, become stronger, sort of erasing all the vacuum. Number 2, but talk to potential challenge. That is the best way to cope with the situation, and do things step by step. Don't expect that you have a big leap overnight, but don't be discouraged. We are making a step forward every day. So I think just carry on making steps forward every day together with like-minded countries. That should be the way to cope with the situation. Thank you for moderating this wonderful session.
Thank you, Ambassador Ishii. Mo, your turn. And if you have time at all to give a very specific answer to the question, to the thing raised by Ambassador Ishii, I think earlier, which was how do you get the junta to basically climb down? You know, there must be incentive for them to climb down. I mean, if at all it's possible to address that.
Thank you, Shariman. I think I will also follow on from Ambassador Ishii's advice points. Accountability. I would emphasize accountability. And of course, accountability also links to what Lina and Ambassador Ong have highlighted about, you know, enforcing the rules or really talking straight to the SAC about the rules, and to be able to talk to them, to make them to hold them accountable, and also enforce ASEAN's rules means, yes, we are also accountable to our stakeholders on drawing up more mechanisms that will ensure this accountability, that then we can also talk to the SAC about this. So I think the main premise here of the discussions that I've been hearing this morning and this afternoon, I think premises on how do we make inclusion work to our advantage of a rules-based order in the region, rather than somehow inadvertently giving recalcitrant parties the advantage. And I think that's the tricky part here. So this is where I raised this possibility about, talks about the talks, which is something that other key stakeholders invested in trying to find a way out in Myanmar are also thinking about. What has happened overnight on the 1st of February 2021, unfortunately and tragically, cannot be solved overnight. But I think once we start this process of really talking about the talks, then we can find out more about what is this existential threat that the military is feeling, and what are their conditions. I mean, currently the conditions that the military chief has shared to the ASEAN Chair Special Envoy, Mr. Prak Sokhonn, are the conditions rather than the concerns. So again, we need to have parity if we're going to have talks. But before that parity can be achieved, we need to probably think about talks about the talks and really discuss what will it take for extricating the military from the future political life of Myanmar, and really getting them to do the job that they are supposed to do, which is to protect the people and the security of the people of the country of which they are the armed forces, not to shoot them, but to protect them.
Thank you very much for that, Mo. If I may at all abuse my position here, I hear what I'm hearing today is essentially that there is currently this shift, this dismay about inclusion and engagement that was done in the past, but that the answer is not necessarily to shift all the way to the other side and just focus on competition and exclusion, but you have to do both, for a number of reasons, and also there are also challenges that we face all together that cannot be solved through mere exclusion and competition. I very much thank the organizers for putting this panel together. I had no expectation that we would run out of time in 2 hours. I thought 2 hours was too long. It turns out that we could have gone a bit longer even with 2 hours. So our next session, I'm told, is at 7 p.m. Jakarta time, 8 p.m. KL, Singapore, Beijing time, 9 p.m. Tokyo time. So I guess the organizers will put up the link. Put up the Zoom at those points. Thank you very much to all the panelists and to all those who participated. Goodbye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ending the session, and thank you to all the panelists for the fruitful discussion in session 2. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take some well-deserved break. Our next session, session 3, will begin at 7 p.m. in Jakarta time. The topic of session 3 is on economic recovery and cooperation. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing all of you again at 7 p.m. Jakarta time, session 3. Thank you.
Goodbye, Dr. Gudrun. Hello, Ronald Chai. See you tonight.
Okay.